It really isn't that hard, guys. You just go top 2, win it, win it. Okay, I think we can be done here at running back. You only have 3 running backs. This roster is littered with game theory, arbitrage, exploits, and theoretic reasoning. Bro, light mode, my eyes, dude. I don't know, I prefer that move more in a time box contest. Bro, have you ever scrolled so far down that like there's no more names, bro? Don't do drugs, kids. Draft and drive instead. You can't have it both ways, dude. Quid pro quo. All right, I did the entire cold open muted. We're off to a great start. Off to a great start. You will never know the terrible, horrible things I said during that cold open. But you can imagine what I said. I said things like, we only have 2 more months of drafting until best ball summer is over. I said we need to make the most of it. I said that I'm going to do a solo draft today. I said that Pat Kerrane will be joining for a draft today. I said that Mike Leone will be joining for a draft today. And I said batting cleanup is RotoPat from NBC and Rotoworld joining me. I don't think anything else was said. I'm not going to gatekeep that information. All right. We are going to draft, though. We are going to draft. I tipped you guys off in the Discord. 30-second BBM draft here. Like I said, draft number 52. I do think I'm going to be behind pace here. Because we are essentially about halfway done with drafting, and I am only a little over a third of the way done with my draft. So we will see how we crack that nugget when the time comes. But we can do what we can do right now, and that is just continue to draft. Continue to draft on Best Ball Breakfast. Let me get all situated here. I see some friends in here. We got Easy. We got Shorty. We got Imwald. Who else we got East of Ethan. We got the What. The What keeps threatening to win a seat on Best Ball Bash and bring some weirdo energy. So I can see what he's up to in this draft as well. GMs. How are we doing in the chat? Yeah, BBM less than a third full, pacing fine. No. I'm not worried about the contest filling. I'm trying. I think I want to have all of my BBMs on stream or for videos. And so I'm just thinking if I have 2 more months of content at this pace, I'm, like 40 or some behind. But I think I can start to pick it up a little bit here. Not drafting on the Swolecast, that took a bullet out of my my weekly allowance. So that's like 16 drafts right there that we used to have. But I'll find a way to make it up. I appreciate this question. When does the next Deposit Kingdom video drop? Funny you should ask. I am in the lab working on a video right now. It is going to be a comprehensive Eliminator 2025 strategy guide. I'm having a ton of fun putting it together. Someone from the Deposit Kingdom reached out to me, had been running sims for the contest. We've been like comparing a lot of different settings relative to last year's settings, and this year's have all kinds of actionable nuggets as far as stacking, bye weeks, roster construction, all kinds of fun stuff. So I'm going to be putting the finishing touches on that video in the coming days. So once I get it over to the editor, maybe early next week after 4th of July, but I'm having a blast working on that video. So you guys can keep an eye out for that probably next week. But I'm on the clock in a Best Ball Mania draft. CeeDee Lamb falls to me at 105. I guess doesn't fall to me. That's right at ADP there. I guess Bijan, did he flip Bijan? No. Yeah, so pretty standard draft here so far. Chase, Jefferson, Barkley, Robinson, and CeeDee Lamb here. Let me get the draft board up for us. And we will be good to go. Yeah, I've been drafting some of the pit bulls lately. We got that 10 max contest. Really like that one. I was not able to max the poodle. You guys all got after that before I could even finish getting my entries in there. Only ended up getting 8 in the poodle, but I've shifted over to the pit bull here. We drafted one on off and on the clock last week, and now I'm trying to get in my other entries there. Love the structure of this one. The 2 of 12, 1 of 6, 1 of 5, 156 seat final. Let's see what else you guys are up to. And then I got to get a coffee pour bumping as well. Quentin Pete, is ship chasing streaming Thursday Night Football this year? Good question. We're actually, we've discussed a few different options this year. I'm not going to fully commit or announce anything. But yeah, we'll probably have some details on that. I don't know, probably in the coming month, I would say, as we firm that up, but there will definitely be ship chasing in season. We just got to finalize some of those details. KZ, did I finally make it for a coffee pour? You did. And guess what, guys? I was close to going cold brew this morning. We actually have the cold brew made, the cold brew concentrate. And I still decided to go with a hot pot of coffee this morning. So you guys are in luck. I've been threatening the transition from the traditional hot coffee pour to the cold brew. But for now, we get one here. This is for you, KZ. I've been making a smoothie on Monday mornings. I have my routine. I go and do my hill sprints, and then I have to get some fuel in my system before I do 4 hours straight of streaming. And I've been doing like a coffee peanut butter banana smoothie with, protein powder, creatine, a little bit of spinach in there, some yogurt, some milk. I've also been taking the hot coffee that we don't finish and freezing them as ice cubes and then using that as the ice in there. So I get the coffee and the cold drink. It has been hitting. It is something I look forward to every Monday morning and a couple other mornings a week when I end up making that. Okay. We are about to be back on the clock at 2-8. We started CeeDee Lamb here. Looks like we'll be getting Lad, JT, or Bucky. Let's see what Milk Truck does. He goes Lad. I will go ahead and just take Jonathan Taylor here to pair with CeeDee Lamb. Don't have anything too creative for you guys this morning in these first two rounds. Just picking it up off the top of the board. I think Bucky could be on the conversation there with Jonathan Taylor. We had an interesting conversation about Bucky with Ben Gretsch on ship chasing on Thursday. He's a little bit more bearish on Bucky, and I think he made some good points. And I think just structurally, or not structurally, but like macro, I think it's wise to always be a little cautious of those players that don't have quite the draft capital or the pedigree, who are drafted very late 1 year and then are drafted much earlier the following year. I think just as like a general heuristic, if you're a little sketchy on those massive price jumps for running backs without pedigree, you'll probably do better than not fading those, i.e. the Tony Pollard rise a couple of years ago. There's some more famous examples as well. I think Kenyon Drake was one of those, but Bucky, man, he still is a very exciting player in that offense, but it wouldn't be shocking to me to see him not pay off this cost, whether because it's more of the same with Rachaad White having a role in negative game scripts, whether it's because Sean Tucker, finally gets a little bit of an expanded role. I don't know how it would happen, but it's definitely a high risk, high reward click there in round 2. And I certainly have no problem kind of prioritizing Jonathan Taylor over him in that range whenever I get the chance. Ooh, Chris, I've never had a Smoothie King coffee smoothie, but yeah, they are legit. Gabagool, best ball tips and coffee hacks. I'm locked in. I know. I got it for you. Monday Night Football streams tracking eliminator teams would be fun. Surely could find someone to sweat every week. I mean, we'll have the portfolio review on Monday mornings. I'm not going to commit to streaming on Monday Night Football because I probably won't even make it till the end of the game most nights. But yeah, I think it's going to be super fun to review those eliminator sweats on Mondays and seeing what you need in a head-to-head matchup. Marvin Harrison is the slider here. Garrett Wilson, Chase Brown. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Marvin Harrison here. I will tell you, I'm probably going to be a pretty boring drafter in these first few rounds. I don't know what it is lately. There are a few things contributing to it, but I've really just been value hounding my first 3, 4, 5 round picks for the most part, and then building out the teams accordingly, based on positional needs, breaking ties in favor of targets I like more. But I've been pretty value hound ADP pilled in these early rounds right now. Obviously, I have some guys that I think are just kind of generally overvalued that I'm not getting a lot of. But for the most part, I'm just scooping up whatever the best pick available is in these first few rounds. We do get some interesting things happening here. Terry McLaurin goes at 23. Sports do here. Kind of interesting. You think someone pulls up Terry McLaurin, that they're certainly trying to set up for something with Jaden Daniels, and then they take Lamar Jackson at 26 there as well. So interesting start there from Sports do, flipping the board. We got some smoothie talk here. Bananas, frozen blueberries, and milk. Yeah, the key is definitely you need a good chunk of the ingredients frozen. I always have some frozen bananas going. I'm just such a, I have to have my smoothies and basically all beverages other than coffee. I just need them extremely cold. It's also been really funny because April is now a cold snob when it comes to her water. Like if I give her even like moderately chilled water that isn't like actually really cold, she'll demand an ice cube. Like she'll just say cold water, cold water. So she definitely got that from me because we are very much aligned in liking our cold drinks. Clay says he tried a cold brew mixed with lemonade recently, and all I can say is it's the drink of the summer. So at first I'm like, I don't know. But on the other hand, a lot of times like the cold brew concentrate to me almost tastes like an iced tea. And so then once you're kind of at an iced tea, you're not that far from an Arnold Palmer where you're mixing lemonade already. So I can kind of see it. But man, that's a little bit of a leap. But I think I can see the vision. I think I can see it. What's your stance on weekly winners? I like weekly winners. There's just not enough time in the day. I think it's a really fun, like strategic puzzle to try to put together. I love all the different avenues for team building in that contest. I mean, the ultimate choose your own adventure. The one thing I've always would have liked to have seen is a smaller weekly winners, like, something with a $50 buy-in, almost like they did the sprint last year, where the sweat was more attainable. Because the knock on weekly winners is because you have to hit the nuts that almost every single week, it's very unlikely you're going to have a meaningful sweat. So I would like to see a smaller version of weekly winners where it's a little easier to have teams that are in contention. And I would be willing to, pay a higher dollar amount or have a lesser top prize if that meant, a smaller contest. But I think weekly winners is very fun. All right, we are back on the clock here. I do not get much James Cook. Like I said, I've been value hounding here. He's at 4.8. Not a huge slide here, but I mean, we're kind of in this range of wide receivers where it is uber flat. None of the elite quarterbacks come back here. So let's go ahead and grab James Cook. We'll start with a little 2x2 here. Jonathan Taylor and James Cook, along with CeeDee Lamb and Marvin Harrison. Black coffee with heavy cream is the 101. I just do black coffee straight, but I've already, but that's also been a byproduct of typically not breaking my fast with black coffee. But on days like this, when I have my my smoothie in the morning, I guess I could indulge in a little milk in the coffee. I will say I tend to enjoy the milk indulgence more with cold brews or an iced latte. I think at this point, I'm just black coffee. I can't really envision it many other ways. Man, you guys are getting funky out here. Try coffee, soda with a splash of OJ. You guys are wilding out. Yeah, something like this. Ben says a 5,000 man weekly winners with a $50 buy-in would be sweet. I mean, the sprint really struggled with fill rates last year. Somewhere JMC is nodding vigorously. So I don't know how well that would go as far as liquidity and getting drafts filled. But yeah, I just like conceptually the idea of a smaller weekly winners. All right, let's see. What do we got cooking here? Zay Flowers, best available. I think I want a wide receiver here. Zay, Calvin, and Waddle. Let's show a little bit of putting our finger on the scale. Let's grab Jalen Waddle here. He's been a guy I've been trying to get more of. Just this entire Dolphins offense in general. I find it a little easier to get Achane and Tyreek. You get Achane in mid-second pretty reliably. Tyreek will fall a lot because there are a lot of people who just say never Tyreek. I don't want him in my profile. But one of the things I've been thinking about with the Dolphins, and it was actually Madison Parkhill when I had him on my Deposit Kingdom video. That was the most recent one a couple weeks ago. And he had a line about the Dolphins that really stuck with me. And it was that the offense on the whole is likely to be very undervalued relative to kind of their ceiling cases, but each individual piece carries a ton of risk. And I love the framing of that. But the way I translate kind of that viewpoint is we want to be taking shots on these guys. And I also want to be taking shots on them in an if-then standpoint kind of way, where when you don't have Tyreek, I really love the idea of having Jalen Waddle. Like, if you're out on Tyreek, you should have a shit ton of Jalen Waddle. I also just love the teammate correlations, Achane with Waddle, Achane with Reek. You're also getting Jonnu Smith at an extreme discount in drafts. I think it was Best Ball Breakfast last week that I got Jonnu at, what was it, like 130? We should go see, because I remember it being pretty extreme. So yeah, the Dolphins are a team that I want to continue to take shots on, especially while the market kind of undervalues them. Yeah, here's my Jonnu Smith share from last week, 130. And then Tua, I think, is like a nice kind of cheap quarterback once you've made that bet as well. Oh, wow. I did not know this. My guy Sean said he'd take Luther Burden ahead of him and comp to Juju fall off. Wow. That is a scary take there. I think, though, the fact that we were, Jalen Waddle as a talent, as a guy that we know when he's the alpha in this offense, that he's going to return second round value. We've kind of seen that confirmation of how he operates in this offense. And if you get to kind of free roll the Tyreek Hill volatility / injury risk / goes crazy / becomes an Olympic sprinter, whatever kind of things you want to associate with that, I really like the price on Jalen Waddle. And I think you can still get the spike weeks. Like, you can still get the Jameson Williams-esque spike weeks from him in that range. I like Jerry Jeudy a lot here. Let's see if there's anything else. Jerry Jeudy plays James Cook in week 16. I'm starting to look at my my week 17 matchups a little bit more here. But yeah, let's grab Jerry Jeudy. We were kind of talking about this last week with Nick when we drafted, but I've been looking a little bit more at the season-long projections and just seeing where there are pretty big disparities on the ADPs and some of these players. And one of the ones I was looking at our Fantasy Life projections were this Browns offense. And again, these aren't the end all be all in the same way looking at prop lines in the underdog market. Obviously, rookies are going to have lower prop lines than veterans. And that doesn't mean, we should just be exclusively taking the players with higher prop lines. I get that. But I do think it's interesting to see where the market is maybe over penalizing bad teams or over penalizing teams with QB uncertainty like we are with the Browns. But for instance, looking, and I wrote this up in the Fantasy Life newsletter, when we compare the Fantasy Life projections to ADPs, this Cleveland Browns passing offense is just massively undervalued. We have Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver 30 by projections. These are aggregate projections too. So it's from a few different sources, Dwayne, Friedman, and those guys. Wide receiver 38 by ADP, wide receiver 30 by projection. So 8-spot difference there. Njoku, tight end 11 by ADP, tight end 6 by projections, 5-spot difference there. And then Cedric Tillman as well, wide receiver 66 by ADP, wide receiver 48 by projections. So those are guys I continue to want to lean into a good bit, knowing that most of the downside risk is already baked in. And then you're free rolling, hey, what if Joe Flacco gets to play for a while? What if, one of the rookie quarterbacks there ends up being better than expected. All right, let's see. What do we want to do here? I have gotten a little bit more Caleb Johnson pilled after seeing some of his prop lines in the underdog lobby. I'm generally taking a Matthew Golden here, but let's go ahead and do Caleb Johnson. We also get the week 17 correlation opposite Jerry Jeudy, slight ADP value here. We'll get our third running back, Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Caleb Johnson at running back, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy at wide receiver. Reddy says, if we knew Tua is healthy all season, wouldn't he go 30 plus picks earlier? So the way I am interpreting his ADP is less that about the injury stuff and more just that offense was so neutered and unexplosive last year. I feel like the market is more penalizing him in the same way we penalize Matthew Stafford, where it's like, you're just kind of boring. You're not accessing a 30 plus point ceiling. You're not ever running. Yeah, we like your weapons, but you're just not an interesting fantasy quarterback. That's kind of how I'm interpreting that ADP. I don't think it's just this magical wand of people being concerned about concussion stuff, because we're very recency bias, pilled with that kind of stuff. And because he mostly stayed healthy last year, I don't know if that is front of mind for drafters when it comes to Tua, but I could be wrong. No Cap says the Dolphins offensive line makes me very worried. Feels like low floor and somewhat low ceiling offense. I completely disagree with the low ceiling. I think this team has an extremely high ceiling. We've also seen them mitigate their offensive line issues in years past. The way the offense is constructed, Tua gets the ball out quickly. You have explosive yards after catch guys. Like, they are built to be able to still put up big numbers, even with a so-so offensive line. But to me, it had a lot to do with Tyreek Hill's health. He elected not to get surgery last year, play through that. What was it? A wrist injury. Obviously, Achane's, efficiency cratered as they saddled him up with more volume. It's just not hard for me to see how things could bounce back from an explosive play standpoint with them. All right, let's see what we're looking at here. In round 8, TJ Hawkinson on the board. We could grab our first tight end. We could also get a 5th wide receiver. I think I'm leaning toward grabbing one of these rookie wide receivers here, either Igbuka or Higgins, depending on what Milk Truck does. Kyler's definitely in the conversation here as well with Marvin Harrison, but I think we can push Kyler around and see if he were to fall. I guess the Trey McBride drafter is probably not going to let him go by twice, so we would have to take Kyler Murray now. But I think I like Igbuka here as my 5th wide receiver. We also get the week 17 correlation opposite Jalen Waddle, and then it also opens up a Baker slide because the Evans drafter and the Godwin drafter are behind us, so we could be able to get Baker at 101 since Kyler's not likely to come back. So let's go ahead and grab Igbuka there. I mean, all the comments that kind of people are making about this is why they're discounted, right? Like, if you didn't have these concerns about the offense, Achane would be a middle of round 1 pick. Tyreek Hill would be a 2nd round pick. Jalen Waddle would be a 3rd round pick, next to T. Higgins and Marvin Harrison. Jonnu Smith would be going where TJ Hawkinson was, right? Like, all of these concerns are why they're so cheap. It's why you can lean into the pendulum swinging back in the other direction. So I would argue that a lot of this concern is priced in. I mean, the fact Jonnu, Tua, these guys are almost completely free kind of speaks to the market not expecting these things to happen. I think these would be more conversations to have if they were at those elevated prices and you're saying, hey, the risk isn't baked in here. No, I completely disagree with this. Achane is where he is because first and second year, this is stacked. If Achane would have mixed in some of the explosives last year with the extreme efficiency, he would be going around where, like, right after Gibbs. It was the losing the explosives that got people spooked on Achane. It was like, is this just a volume-based bet here? The whole thing was like, we're going to get this, super exciting explosive running back who is ascending. All right, this is an easy Baker click here. Slide 7 picks past ADP, and we get him stacked up with Igbuka there. Yeah, so Kyler did go to Imwald there. Makes sense with McBride, and then Fields goes ahead of Baker there, which makes sense. Like, if you're going to take an unstacked quarterback, Justin Fields makes way more sense than taking a naked Baker. All right. Here's the team so far. We got 1-3-5-0. No tight ends yet, but we got Baker at quarterback. We got our 3 running backs, JT, James Cook, and Caleb Johnson. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Igbuka. Doing good on some correlations as well. Got the Baker stack, Miami bring back, Jeudy, Caleb Johnson. Will probably be in the market here for a quarterback. Thinking through some of the quarterback options for the rest of this team. Kyler's gone, but Dak's available with Lamb, Tua with Waddle. I guess those are the only 2 we really have. JT, I don't mind a Colts quarterback paired with JT late. I kind of like that correlation there. Dimes or Richardson with JT. I still have not clicked Aaron Rodgers, and it isn't because I'm blackballing Aaron Rodgers from my portfolio. I just haven't ended up with a lot of Steelers pass catchers that have funneled me there. But I think I am okay taking Aaron Rodgers as a QB3 in 3 quarterback builds if I have any of that correlation, but I just don't have a lot of Metcalf. And then I also haven't done a lot of like backdoor stacks where I do Freiermuth, Rodgers, Calvin Austin. But who knows? Maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day I get a Rodgers share. Tom is blackballing him. Honestly, like, I'm just glad to not have the ambiguity with the quarterback room. On the one hand, you're able to get a guy like Jerry Jeudy at pick 68 because we don't know who the quarterback is, but it would also be really nice to be able to stack up the players you take in the first 6 rounds of drafts. And at least with DK Metcalf now, you can reliably stack him with Rodgers. It's basically the poor man's version of stacking JSN with Darnold. You're never excited to stack Darnold. Like, the Darnold click never feels good. Maybe it feels good to you, and you're just a sick, perverted person who loves clicking Sam Darnold. That's not me. But it feels similar where it's like, all right, I have this bet. Like, if DK Metcalf is cooking, if DK Metcalf is smashing his ADP, Rodgers is probably smashing his ADP as well. So I'm willing to have that correlation level humility with that. I just haven't gotten to it much yet this year. All right, let's see here. Milk Truck, I don't think is going to snipe me, but I think this is just a Dak pick. Yeah. So we're on the clock here. Dak, no bye week issues here. Dak week 10, Baker week 9. We actually don't have a ton of other backdoor stacking stuff. If we get Tua on the cheap, I don't mind tacking him on as the 3rd QB. Najee is kind of the slider here, but only 5 picks, not enough to push me off of Dak here. I think I could also make the case to go Jonnu, but I don't necessarily want to put myself in a corner at quarterback where it's like, then I lose Dak, then I have to get Tua, and then even Tua and Baker maybe feels like it needs to be a 3 quarterback build. I think I just like locking up Dak there, even if it means sacrificing a potential double stack with the Dolphins. So we go back-to-back quarterbacks there, Baker and Dak. Dak stacked up with CD, Baker stacked up with Igbuka. Let's get some more coffee here. 2350. Best Ball Breakfast, 476 people watching. Appreciate you guys. If for some reason you aren't subscribed here, we do this show every Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. We have a bunch of different shows on the channel throughout the week. On Tuesdays, we have Often on the Clock with the Badge Bros, John and Nez. We're often dabbling in different contests in the Underdog lobby. If you go back through the archives, we've done a weekly winner show. We've done Eliminator. We've done Marathon. We've done Sprint. If there is a different format in the Underdog lobby, we have drafted that on Often on the Clock. I got to touch base with those guys to see what we want to do tomorrow. But we will be drafting, I'm sure. All right, I'm surveying the landscape here at pick 11.5. This is one of those flat ranges in drafts. I think what I'm going to do here, we don't have a tight end, and I want to lean into this bet. We already pulled up here looking at the disparity of the Njoku and Judy projections. Let's get those guys moving in the same direction. Can have kind of a phantom stack here without the quarterback, but that's not going to push me off of targeting two Browns pass catchers. So we get Jerry Judy right at ADP, Njoku right at ADP, and then getting those guys as projection values in my first tight end there feels pretty good. Smash, smash, smash. Only 70 likes. What the fuck, people? Yeah, hit the like while you're at it. But yeah, other shows on the channel. So Tuesday, Often on the Clock with the Badge Bros. Wednesdays, we have the double block of Best Ball Bash and Randomizer. If you guys haven't seen what we're doing with the Bash, it's every Wednesday. If you're a YouTube member on the channel, any level, does not matter which level, you have access to the chat, which gives you access to a drawing. I spin a wheel based on a hashtag that you guys put in the chat, and whatever name comes up gets to hop on stream with me and draft a BBM team. It's been a ton of fun getting a lot of variety of takes and personalities on the Bash. So become a YouTube member and join me for that on Wednesday. And then immediately following the Bash, we always have the randomizer. This week is a very fun one. We have the Hitman, Mike Wright from the Fantasy Footballers. And this is a very fun one for me because he came on season 1 of the randomizer, which was pre-COVID. It was pre me even doing these drafts on Underdog. The last time Mike Wright was on the randomizer, I was doing it on Drafters. Underdog was in transition from draft to Underdog, and they hadn't even launched yet. And I had started doing the randomizer drafts. This was during COVID. I was at my old apartment the last time we did it. I think we might try to dig up some clips for this show as well. So that will be at 2 p.m. Eastern, and I'll get that tweet up later today. If you guys have any suggestions or prompts you want me to add to the wheel for Mike Wright from the Fantasy Footballers. And then Thursday, not on my channel, but we will have, actually, no, we probably will have a show on my channel because I'm going to do After Dark early this week because we have 4th of July weekend. I'm not going to be around my computer much this weekend. I'm going to have, also from the Fantasy Footballers, I just realized, Matthew Betts does a lot of DFS content, best ball content for them. Also, one of the fantasy doctors as well. So I believe he's going to be joining me for After Dark on Thursday night. And then we'll have a few shows on the Ship Chasing channel, of course, ADP Chasing, Ship Chasing on Thursday. So all the usual stuff this week, but a nice set of shows. Are you guys going to make me take Javonte Williams at pick 140? I'll do it. If this room makes me on a Dak Prescott team 20 picks past ADP, I will take Javonte Williams. That is my promise to you guys. OG says, hey, Pete, what does a man say to his bro without a tight end? I don't know, man. There's not much to say. There's not much to say because that bro has plenty of tight ends in rounds 13 through 18 that he can just add. Speaking of no tight ends, let's go ahead and do Jake Ferguson. I would love to see the combinatorial ownership of the field with Dak and Jake Ferguson because it just lines up so perfectly. You can even see here via the draft caddy. It shows my combo ownership. When I take CeeDee Lamb, my most frequented picks are Dak Prescott and Jake Ferguson, but I have no problem kind of making that double stack bet there. If CeeDee cooks, if Dak cooks, I love getting the Jake Ferguson price there. And this also gives us like a really balanced build. I've certainly done a lot of, cheap 3 quarterback builds, extreme tight end punt builds, but getting Baker Mayfield and Dak, pick 101, 116, and then Njoku Ferguson, 125, 140. I think you're getting a little bit more upside there than you would in a typical 3 quarterback or 3 tight end room. I think those guys have more of a demonstrated top 5 ceiling at their position, which is always nice when you can kind of not pay an elite price for those guys, but know that they have the talent and profile to hit those scores in the money weeks. At what point does 3 QB stop making sense? They're going to keep moving up when new drafters come in July and August. I still think you want to be very draft capital focused with how you approach quarterback. And when I kind of deviate from that is when generally under 2 circumstances, I have a correlated piece and I'm getting an ADP value. So like this would be the perfect example in this room, right? I have Baker and Dak. In traditional years, that would have been like this amount of capital on quarterback. Like you could shut it down. That's a 2 quarterback build. I feel very comfortable with that. However, this year, because the running back and wide receiver pool really dries up, and the fact that the room might not like Tua, or the Tyreek drafter says, I don't want him. If I get Tua at an extreme value, and I'm not going to take him here, but if I get an extreme value on Tua, I'll have no problem tacking him on as my 3rd quarterback. I think I am going to grab Ekeler here. We haven't taken a running back for a while. Ekeler is opposite our week 17 bring back here with Dallas. We don't have a ton of other, commanders as far as going after this for setting up that game stack there. Let's go ahead and grab Austin Ekeler, slightly ahead of ADP, but the top available running back on the board. I think a pretty good 4th running back for this build. Easy says QBs 20 to 25 will drop in price once we know who the last 5 starters are. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure. And like the other dynamic that happens, right, is we're going to start to get more clarity on some of these late round running back and wide receiver targets. Like a good example would be right now, like we got Deontay Thornton. Like Dante Thornton is the one guy everyone's like, okay, like we feel good. Like he's in the mix. Like he could be on the field a good bit. He's not going to be a stone cold 0. Let's now push him up from that kind of, purgatory, after 210 and ADPs. That is then going to naturally push down the quote unquote safe onesie positions, your guys like Aaron Rodgers, like a Jawan Johnson. And we're going to start to get a lot of Dante Thorntons out there. We're going to start to get lots more nuggets from training camp that make that wash of rookie plays late more viable. And so I think you'll see kind of a ships passing in the sea of the sexy, rookies or late round targets kind of pushing down some of the more boring onesie position plays. But right now we're essentially playing the information game a little bit more, and we have more information on some of these vets that are just a little bit safer, but that definitely flips as we get into August. All right, let's see here. Let's do a little recap. I like how this team is shaking out. Haven't been put in a blender on too many picks here. Baker and Dak at quarterback, Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Caleb Johnson, Austin Ekeler at running back, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Emeka Egbuka at wide receiver, Njoku and Ferguson at tight end. I think the one thing here is continuing to build out the wide receiver room as the talent starts to deplete here. So this could be one of those spots where there is a little bit of a decision of, do I grab the falling Tua at pick 164? He goes there. Okay. So that makes things easy because I think ideally I am grabbing a wide receiver with this pick. Running back is pretty flat here. I don't really need to do anything at tight end right now. I think ideally I'm grabbing a wide receiver. 5 through 90, I'm definitely in good shape. I think, this is probably a 7 quarterback build. Freiermuth, I do like a good bit. He's kind of an interesting teammate pairing with Caleb Johnson and kind of gets us the full turd bowl stack. It also gives us the Rodgers out if we want to grab Rodgers as our third quarterback there and play like a Rodgers, Caleb, Pat Freiermuth. I think how I'm going to handle this is if I get one of Pat Bryant or Jalen McMillan, I will click there. If Pat Freiermuth falls and one of those guys doesn't, I think I would go in that direction. But I think on this team, when I have Baker, I think just lining up the double stack makes the most sense. And I think that's what we're going to do here. Right at ADP, part of the double stack, need wide receiver. We'll just play this through the young guys. This is the team where I'm fading Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and saying, what if it's just the young kids out there, Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan. I do like Freiermuth, though, at 165 there. Hustlin asks, how far does a player have to drop in spots before it becomes a must take, or is that not a thing? So I would think about it as a sliding scale of where that fall is happening in the draft. At the top of the draft, like in round one, like a slide of 2 to 3 picks means far more than a slide of even a round and a half at round 16. So let me make this pick and then we could talk about this a little more. We could grab another wide receiver here. I think we could also just take Cade Otton and rip in the triple stack here. What do we want to do? Let's just get this third tight end and do Cade Otton. I can be done there. I'm only going to likely end up with a 2 quarterback build, I think. So might as well, with a guy like Baker, have him uber stack there. So we'll add Cade Otton to Njoku, Ferguson, Otton. But yeah, on the ADP value thing, the ADP values at the top of the board are worth far more. And the best way to think about this is ADP is fairly predictive of fantasy performance in the early rounds. In each subsequent round, it becomes less and less predictive. It's basically saying we as a community are pretty good at ordering these players from best to worst. But our ability to do that gets more and more shaky the further we get in the draft. And historically, around picks 130 to 140 is when that ADP ceases to matter. So even though, and myself included, your eyes get all big of like, oh my goodness, a player with an ADP of 150 fell to 170. Historically, that ADP drop is essentially meaningless as far as what it means for getting a player who is better. However, if a player with an ADP of 50 drops to 70, that often represents a massive, massive value and one that I would likely not pass up on unless there were, extenuous injury concerns or some kind of new suspension-based thing that the market just shocked the market, essentially. But I guess if there's a really simple way of how I would think about it is the earlier you are in the draft, the more willing you should be to jump on ADP fallers. And the further along the draft goes, the more willing you should be to ignore ADP followers and fallers and still prioritize the things that matter most to your team: positional needs, correlations, etc. All right. We have a 2-4-6-3. We are done at tight end. So let's tab off of that. Aaron Rodgers went, so I'm not even going to be able to get Aaron Rodgers. I think this still could be a team where I take Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson paired with JT at the end. And we have 2 more picks here. One is definitely going to be a wide receiver. Sorry, 3 more picks here. One's definitely a wide receiver. One's definitely a running back. And then I think the choice is, a 6th running back, a 8th wide receiver, or a 3rd quarterback. I don't think we need to get to 8 wide receivers. We had 5 through 92, and we're going to get a 7th. So this is probably going to be one of my classic back on my bullshit 3-5-7-3 builds, but let's see how this shakes out. Top Citizen likes AD Mitchell. Yeah, this is definitely an angle I could take as far as building out a little bit more of a back stack with Indiana. Let's see if there's any other correlation concerns I should consider here. Wouldn't mind a little week 16 with Baker in Carolina there. So Coker could potentially be in the mix. I do like Bbmvi Brown. Bbmvi Brown has just been kind of my go-to comfy click in this range. These are the guys I normally click at this spot, assuming like no strong correlation. These are kind of my go-to. Bbmvi Brown, I still click Keenan Allen. Jalen Coker is kind of one of my favorites. Yeah, I think I like Bbmvi a little bit more than the 80 Mitchell Flyer. I still also get the benefits of correlation there. Obviously not the teammate correlation, but I still get that game environment because I'm playing it as a bring back to Indianapolis. So let's head that direction for our 7th wide receiver. And then we're probably looking at a running back and a quarterback here to land the plane. LBM says, I've been stopping at 2 quarterbacks a lot this year. Might be a bad idea. I don't think it's bad. I think all of us in general, because of the ADP landscape, are getting funneled to 3 quarterback builds. And I think there's a lot of benefits to 3 quarterback builds, specifically how the playoff gauntlet works and having 3 unique stacks. But I think I still want to be contextual and take each draft on an individual basis, right? And so this draft is the perfect example. I was thinking about Tua there. He doesn't come. If I were behind at another position, I would have no problem foregoing a 3rd quarterback here. But the reason I'm kind of willing to take a dart on a Daniel Jones potentially is because a lot of the other options here seem extremely fragile, not that inspiring. And I think the 3rd quarterback here, especially in a correlated sense, makes a lot more sense for my team. But let's do this. Let's push it a little bit more. Let's go ahead and take Dylan Sampson. He's one of my favorite clicks. I've already made this big bet on Cleveland on this team, and I want to kind of round this out. I know I'm not grabbing a Cleveland quarterback, but we're still going to try to enjoy the team level correlation benefits. So we'll have Dylan Sampson, Jerry Jeudy, and David Njoku, and basically saying, hey, this offense is undervalued. We don't know exactly which way it's going to shake out, but if it does hit, we want to be able to enjoy that across multiple picks. I think Dylan Sampson, a pretty intriguing running back 5 here. So let's do the full recap here. And this can kind of be where we let the room dictate for us. If I get Daniel Jones, I'll happily take him as my quarterback 3. If not, I'm probably just going to add a 6th running back here because I think this team could still enjoy a 6th running back. Baker Mayfield, Dak Prescott at quarterback, JT, James Cook, Caleb Johnson, Austin Ekeler, Dylan Sampson at running back, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, Bbmvi Brown at wide receiver, David Njoku, Jake Ferguson, Cade Otton at tight end. So I think it's a quarterback or running back at this point, and probably a rookie running back. We're doing good with correlations here. We don't have, we have Cleveland opposite Pitt week 17. We have Washington opposite Dallas week 17. We have Miami opposite Tampa. So we can see what the room gives us. Sean Tucker, add your Bucks bet. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate that idea. I haven't been doing a lot of Sean Tucker. I certainly see the vision. I see the thesis. I think my take would be, I think there's some of these rookie running backs, say a Brashard Smith, say a Taj Brooks. I think the path to early playing time for these guys could be a little more clear than it is for Sean Tucker, where I do think we need an injury for Sean Tucker to get on the field at this point, despite the coaches constantly promising us that they want to see more of him. I just don't know if he's my preferred click at this point of the summer. to me, I don't really see Sean Tucker's ADP ever rising, where I could see Brashard Smith, I could see Taj Brooks. Like when these guys have a lock on the RB2 job, or if we get that indication, they're going to move up. So I think I kind of want to play through those guys right now, more so than a guy like Sean Tucker. But I do think he's in the mix there. I do think he's in the mix. So looking at this here, Keaton Mitchell is the other guy. Keaton Mitchell is basically like the Sean Tucker on the Ravens. I think Brashard Smith is the pick for me here, especially on a room where I have a pretty good base at running back. I think I can sit on some of these rookies like Dylan Sampson and Brashard Smith a bit. But I think Tucker's in play there on a team with Baker Mayfield. I certainly get it. I think I just want to tilt my bets in favor of guys I think could rise in ADP right now. And I just don't think Sean Tucker is going to naturally rise without an injury in the way one of these rookie running backs can, just with positive news. All right. Here is the team. And Easy took Daniel Jones there, which is completely fine, because I kind of wanted to show too that you can still go with a 2-quarterback build here, and you can kind of let the room dictate it there. A lot of times I do click Daniel Jones at 197, but I was thinking through, I do really like Dylan Sampson, and the fact that I already had Browns kind of push me to just lock up Dylan Sampson. Maybe if I didn't have the correlated angle with Sampson, I would say, hey, just take Daniel Jones here, and then we'll take whichever of those kind of rookie running backs comes back and makes sense. But I like how this team turned out. Let's get the full recap here. How much Theo Johnson are you taking? Razgod seems like a cheat code round 18. Yeah, a decent amount. Let's see if I'm actually right when I look at my exposures. Theo Johnson, 7.4%. So I think when you factor in that his ADP is free, I would, kind of adjust that to slightly above the field, even though 8.3 is typically above the field. But yeah, he's on my short list of tight ends. Obviously, if I have Giant stuff or Vegas, he's in the mix. If I need a tight end 3, and I'm looking for a little upside, the guys I generally gravitate to are like a Jatavian Sanders or Theo Johnson. But yeah, I don't mind him. Certainly not out on him. Not a guy I'm, trying to target every draft. The classic streamer middling take on Theo Johnson. All right, here's the final team. Let's see how we did here. Baker and Dak at quarterback. They're getting both of those guys stacked up. Slightly past ADP worked out pretty well. Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Caleb Johnson, Austin Ekeler, Dylan Sampson, Brashard Smith. Kind of a fun running back room for me. Generally not getting James Cook and Caleb Johnson, so squeezing those guys in with an anchor RB build. And then I do like kind of the Austin Ekeler pairing with Dylan Sampson and Brashard Smith late. Ekeler giving me some of that early production while those rookies come on. Wide receiver room seems solid. We had those 5 early: CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Harrison, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Emeka Egbuka. And then we tack on a correlated McMillan and a week 17 bring back to JT and De'Ami Brown. And then 3 tight ends: Njoku, Ferguson, Cade Otton. All of these tight ends part of correlated bets. So Otton with the Baker stack, Jake with the Dallas stack, and then Njoku as part of the Cleveland stack without the quarterback. So this is kind of another fun thing too of, yes, I didn't technically get a third quarterback, but I still have my third stack on this team. It is the Brown stack with Jeudy, Njoku, and Sampson. So I like this team. Didn't have too many tough decisions there. I think there was a point where I was thinking about maybe going Freiermuth instead of Jalen McMillan. I think in that scenario, if I go Pat Freiermuth there, I'm probably then taking Rodgers and trying to push Cade Otton and basically building out a third stack there with Pittsburgh. I think that would have been viable. But when I have Baker and McMillan's there, I don't really need to start building out a secondary stack. I can just kind of lean into the one I already have. Joey B, let's just win BBM and quit. Joey B, by the way, my gash. Jeez, I keep mashing up the words guest and bash to say gash, which is a really unfortunate portmanteau. But Joey was my guest on Best Ball Bash on Wednesday. Check that out. Was a very fun draft with Joey. All right, this was draft number 52. Today's date is 6/30. This is BBB. This is a 2673. This is a TB Dallas team. Get that one in the books. I can stay anal with my BBM naming conventions here in the draft streets. And we avoided the dreaded 3573. It was last week. Solo draft, Kerrane draft, Leone draft, Nick draft, all 3573s. The Bash draft with JB was a 3672 and then a 2673 here. Thank you. I will not forget. I will not forget the Kerrane intro reminder. Let's see. Is there news happening? I used to like keep TweetDeck open when I was streaming to make sure I didn't miss anything here. You guys talking about, is there a trade this morning? Okay, here we go. The Steelers have finalized a trade to acquire all-pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey from the Dolphins. I vaguely saw you guys discussing this in the chat, and I wasn't sure what you guys were referencing. Ramsey's adjusted contract includes a $1.5 million raise in 2025, making his salary $26.6 million. The Dolphins are acquiring Fitzpatrick as part of the Jalen Ramsey trade. Per me and Rap Sheet, Fitzpatrick, their first-round pick in 2018, now heads back to Miami. Interesting. So Steelers' new look secondary, Jalen Ramsey, Joey Porter, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Deshaun Elliott. Oh no, they did this. Okay, there was two parts to this tweet, and then Fitzpatrick was sent to the Dolphins. Okay, there you go. Weird trade. Who was the I just had a flashback. Who was the Dolphins cornerback whose wife was like very active on social media and like would talk shit on behalf of her husband? Who was that? Who was that cornerback? That wasn't, I'm trying to remember who was that. Can someone in the chat help me remember who that was? Grimes. Yes. Brett Grimes. That was the one. Yeah. That was a fun time. Yeah. So, I mean, isn't this essentially kind of what the Jets tried to do around Rodgers too, where it's like, hey, let's have this rocked up defense, and that didn't really work out. And then let's have a really good running game. And we'll try to make everything as easy on Rodgers as possible. You can certainly say the Steelers have way less organizational dysfunction than the Jets did. They kind of have the infrastructure there, all of the kind of built-in culture that leads to lots of playoff appearances. So yeah, I could see this experiment working better in Pittsburgh than it did in New York. If the defense continues to be nails, they can run the ball, and Rodgers just plays average football. All right. All right, let's see here. We're going to have Kerrane joining us in a second. And then we will do another Best Ball Mania draft. We will then have Leone after. And then we will have RotoPat joining here on Best Ball Breakfast. We got 600 people watching now. This stream started out with an awful start. It started off with me doing a cold open muted. Great work. Just no better way to start a 4-hour live stream than with 25 seconds of dead air. Oh, man. Steelers wild card spread just went from +9.5 to +8.5. Interesting. All right. Thanks to multiple reminders from both my producer and from the chat, we will not forget that we have an intro music for our guest, Pat Kerrane, welcoming to the stage, Mr. Patty Million. Scuba Kerrane Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, it took me like 2 months to remember to do it, but we finally remembered. How's it going?
Going good, man. How you doing?
Apparently the chat is going wild because there's this trade right now between the Steelers and the Dolphins, and they just said it includes Jonnu Smith.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
This is legit. We got Schefter here. Steelers Dolphins part 2. Dolphins are trading tight end Jonnu Smith to the Steelers for a late round pick swap. Per ESPN sources, Smith will get a 1-year contract extension for $12 million. I'm on record about 30 minutes ago saying what a great value Jonnu Smith is in drafts, and boy, did that age poorly.
Dude, I just wrote this up last week. I wrote up the play action participation ratio, looking at the guys who actually play on play action. And my conclusion was that like Jonnu and Pat Freiermuth were like very duplicative and wouldn't absolutely nuke each other's value if this trade came to fruition. So I already have my opinion written up. It's bad. It's really bad. Darnell Washington's been getting hype as like their big man. Like, I don't even know if these guys play together in 12. This is a disaster.
That is all. What is it? How does that change though the Dolphins offense? I mean, because it's
probably good for Achane.
Yeah.
It's probably good for Waddle too.
Yeah, I mean, who else is stepping up? It's Malik Washington, it's Nick Westbrook-Ikhine. No one like in line.
Well, the thing about Jonnu is that like he didn't play that much on play action and stuff. Like he wasn't all that traditional of a tight end, which we all kind of knew. Like it was all, this schemed up stuff to help get the ball out very quickly. But I mean, somewhat like you don't necessarily replace what he was doing with a tight end. You replace it with like other gadget stuff. So that gadget stuff, I guess, would probably go to, maybe it goes to like Malik Washington or something, but it probably goes to like Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Devon Achane. I would think it would just kind of concentrates things, which is kind of good.
Yeah.
It's kind of good for the Dolphins offense in some ways for us.
Well, and also you think back when the Dolphins offense was cooking 2 years ago, it was Tyreek feasting and Waddle in that splash zone area where they were getting it 15 to 20 yards downfield and then letting him cook after the catch. Last year, their offense went way more neutered, way more Jonnu Smith, 8 to 10 yard, little chunk, like dink and dunk. Like if this gets them back to attacking the splash zone more, I feel like we get way more explosives.
We do, but I don't know if it does. Because, like, the issue with the splash zone stuff was that they couldn't protect Tua, and that Tua has these concussion issues. So if you can't, you cannot let him take hits. That he's like, he can be out for the entire season if he takes a bad hit. So I don't know. I would have loved to see them, like, if you're trading Jonnu, like, get back a guard.
Yeah.
What if, could you get a tackle? That'd be good. Obviously it's not really going to work like that, but it's still like I think like losing Jonnu is probably just opening up more like short schemed stuff rather than indicating that they're going to shift the offense back to what it was a couple years ago, because the offensive line stinks. It still stinks. They didn't really do that much to address it this offseason.
Look at this tight end depth chart when you remove Jonnu. Julian Hill, Pharaoh Brown, and Tanner Connor. Like,
what? Like, what? We're learning all those names. I have to rank Julian Hill now? That's what I'm doing later? Thanks a lot, Dolphins.
Yeah. God.
Julian
people
Hill?
say Alec Ingold in the hybrid, fullback tight end role.
About?
Jeez, man. Maybe they do just run, Jalen Wright and Achane, like tons of 2 running back sets, tons of 4 wide receiver sets, because God, you do not have the personnel to have a tight end on the field.
Well, Benny's saying they're going to run 13. Maybe they will. Like, maybe this is actually, they're going to go 3 tight ends out here. I don't know. Maybe they put Jalen Warren at fullback and then they have like 1 wide receiver. 3 tight ends.
Everybody's wondering, would the Dolphins try to acquire? We got a Noah Fant mention, a trade for a Kyle Pitts was drafted in here. Like, it does seem weird to roll into the season with this level of caliber at tight end.
I think if you're the Dolphins, the guys I would go for, if we're just going to speculate wildly, I would say Michael Mayer. Go get Michael Mayer. He's like pretty solid, inline tight ends. Has some upside, I think, beyond what he's been able to show with Bowers there. Who else? I feel like there's another guy. I mean, you could go get Cole Kmet. That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, there's some good tight end 2s out there. There are plenty of tight end 2s who are better than the Dolphins tight end 1s right now.
100%. Yeah. There's
wild.
even better tight end 2s. Like, you could go get Josh Oliver, like there's some actually decent tight end 2s I'd want. I wonder if you could get, here's one, this would mess us up for fantasy. I wonder if you could get Jake Ferguson, who's in the last year of his deal. You could probably get him super cheap.
That would be such a bummer for all of our
it would be terrible for us.
Stacks.
Yeah. We don't want that. But just saying, for the Dolphins, you could maybe get Goddard, which would also be bad for us. Although Goddard actually has some of that same kind of screen stuff to his game. So maybe he would work out okay on the Dolphins.
Yeah. Man, that is why it's so funny too, because I was like, there was those rumors, it was like 6 weeks ago. And, at this point I was like, okay, that's come and gone. If that was going to happen, it was going to happen. I wonder, like, the machinations of this, if they were talking about the Ramsey Fitzpatrick stuff, and then it's like Arthur Smith just like grabs the phone at the end. He's like, by the way, you guys, you still interested in parting ways with Jonnu? Like, was that just like one of those, oh, I forgot you guys also had him. Please sneak this in as like an earmarked part of the bill.
He's like the 3rd round pick you asked the other guy to throw in a dynasty trade.
Yeah.
It's like I wrote up this tight end article last week, and I didn't even I almost removed the I'm good with Bijan or CD here. I'll note the sidekick follows ADP fairly closely in the first round.
I did CD my first draft. Let's do a Bijan team here.
Okay.
Go ahead though. What were you saying?
What was I saying?
I was talking about the toss in the third. Yeah.
Yeah. So I in my article, I wrote it like I started writing some of the blurbs like a couple weeks ago, and I specifically the Jonnu one, I had written up like a big chunk of it when the trade was looking like pretty on the table. And as I was revising it and kind of getting it in the final form right before publishing it, I almost deleted the part about him going to Pittsburgh. So I was like, why am I even talking about this? It's not happening.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's like this random tangent. I'm like, clearly like, it like sort of stalls out the write up a little bit. Cause you have to do this aside of like, but if he goes to Pittsburgh, that's bad. But I was like, I don't know. There's like enough of a chance. And I think it is kind of interesting that like these two are probably like two of the worst possible guys who could end up on a depth chart together, because they really do have a similar type of role. So I kept it in, thankfully. But that's where my head was at. I was like, what's the point of even talking about this?
What do you like? What's your gut? And obviously you guys will do a rankings update, but like, what's your gut for like efficient ADPs for Jonnu and Freiermuth now?
Late. Like, I think you're talking about Freiermuth. I mean, Freiermuth's in the commit zone, I think.
Yeah, fuck.
Like,
let's go undraftable.
Like, basically, yeah. I mean, they just traded for Jonnu, and he didn't have a great year last year. And then Jonnu comes way down. I mean, Jonnu's probably below where Freiermuth was, because you don't know that he has the Freiermuth role. That's my gut.
Yeah, I wonder, because you look at like, so Rodgers goes 184. You're probably, I think it will take a while for Jonnu to drop. He probably ends up, people still would probably rather click Jonnu than Kyle Pitts, though. That's my gut.
Want Kyle Pitts. I want Brenton Strange. I mean, I wanted Brenton Strange over Freiermuth to begin with, but I would want Brenton Strange over Jonnu now.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's an offense. We want to invest in the Steelers offense. The Aaron Rodgers Arthur Smith offense. Like, we don't want pieces of this to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding?
Brock Bowers at pick 21. Yes, please.
Let's do that.
All right. Yeah, this is I guess I've been seeing more and more chatter of this happening. Brock Bowers falling. I don't know if there's maybe you guys can analyze it on ADP chasing. I don't know what would be the reason other than just like bearish overall elite tight end sentiment, because there's nothing on Bowers. Like, it's nothing Bowers based that's causing him to fall.
It makes no sense, and I think it's one of the biggest opportunities we have. He actually, like, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say Rashee Rice moving up rapidly and in this draft going ahead of him, I think is one contributing factor where that flipping is happening sometimes.
Yeah.
But
that's a good point.
All right. Yeah. Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams gives you the bring back that the sidekick's noticing here. What do you like with this pick?
I like Wilson. I think, he has just such a moat, in terms of target share. Their wide receiver 2 is Josh Reynolds. I got mercilessly ridiculed when I took Arian Smith in our last call game on ADP chasing. But like, he's a rookie wide receiver that they put some draft capital in, and there's like literally no one else on the depth chart. But I think that's ultimately bullish for Garrett Wilson. That we can't even imagine the rookie they drafted doing anything. Which, Smith apparently like literally cannot catch the ball, which does seem bad if you're a wide receiver. Like, he is unable to haul in the ball like at all. But he's very fast. So. Yeah, Wilson's just going to get so many targets, and I think kind of a fun wide receiver 1.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see more of Pat and I drafting Garrett Wilson, we've been doing our first high stakes draft over on the FFPC. We're documenting that via our ship chasing minisodes. Those are exclusive for YouTube members over there. And with Jacob and Davis, we basically hop on for a video call every few picks and kind of recap our thought process. We had a disastrous auto pick that I will not spoil here, but you can go and watch that. But yeah, we drafted Garrett Wilson, built out a bigger bet on the Jets as well. And yeah, I'm excited about this team. And I do acknowledge that there's a bit of a floor here. I could see, or a scary floor, I should say. I could see how things could go south in this situation, but the upside scenarios are also very present.
For sure. Yeah, we had an auto pick so bad that Gretsch said he went from having FOMO about not doing the main event with us this year to being just pure relief he wasn't a part of the disaster. So that's the level of, I recommend checking out that mini episode we did.
Yes, and I should also say, again, we can do early round spoilers here, but Brock Bowers, also a fixture of that team. So we've gone we clearly have a type on these guys we like.
We do. Yeah, the Bowers stuff, when I wrote him up, he shares the field with Michael Mayer some. And, he's a big wide receiver. He's a slot receiver with tight end eligibility and all that. But, like, this dude plays on play action. He is a legit tight end. He does all the stuff you would want from a tight end. The reason playing on play action matters is that tight ends get a much larger percentage of their targets, receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns on play action than receivers. And he's out there for all those fake runs because he's a decent run blocker, actually. Hunter.
JMO, Sutton, Hunter. Hunter's the sidekick. We've done Omari and Hampton in this spot before, but might need a wide receiver here.
Yeah, I think we could use the receiver. I think Hampton's a solid pick too, because the receiver probably comes back if we want to go with the receiver in the 5th. But I do like Hunter here.
Let's do it.
Depends on the risk tolerance with his cornerback snaps. I'm still fairly bullish that Jacob's analysis of like his targets per hour is likely to be extremely high if he's playing limited snaps on offense. But there is quite a range with Hunter, obviously.
I will say, like we talk about gross ranges of the draft, the 4-5 turn has to be the most fun range of the draft right now, because you get fallers in round 4. Sometimes you'll get the elite quarterback, even like to kind of fall back there, or get a guy. Obviously, Hunter's now in the mix. You also have like the staples, like Jalen Hurts and Kittle always smashes in that range there too. And then you get like some of the fun wide receivers. Like if you want to pull up Pickens for a stack, if you want to pull up Waddle, totally. I always have like 6 options I like there in that range.
Yeah, Waddle here going to 501. We're already seeing that get priced in a bit. He's more mid-fifth typically, but it makes sense. You know, it makes sense to pull him up. We've been behind on Waddle. He also fell off last year. You know, Tyreek Hill gets a lot of his fall off tends to be more focused on, but Sutton and Flowers I think are both nice.
Yeah.
We could really use a wide receiver here.
Yep. Who do you prefer? I feel like there's been some debates about Sutton recently. I think someone posted a tweet like, "What's the point of taking Sutton? Can someone sell me on Sutton?" Let's do Sutton and talk about it, because one of the replies to that tweet, and I don't know if you saw it, but it was Madison Parkhill, and he was referencing some of the research on legendary upside. I believe it was Matthew Irby's article about first downs being predictive of future fantasy performance, and Courtland Sutton was a first down beast last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sutton has upside with a Bo Nix kind of secondary breakout. And Nix had, you know, some. He was not super efficient. If you look at like EPA per game and stuff like that, he had some really highs. You know, his highs were very high last year, but kind of consistency, week to week stuff. He has room to grow, and I think he can. That's where Sutton's upside would come in, is that like as promising as the offense was compared to, you know, where it had been, it was still, you know, not as high as it could ultimately get to with Bo Nix in his second year. They still have a great offensive line. They upgrade the running game. They bring in some more depth at receiver, but Sutton's still like the clear-cut number one. And then you start to look at an offense that's like more efficient, maybe more like heading towards, you know, kind of the Rams, you know, in terms of like what the like down to down efficiency looks like. So yeah, I mean, I think your upside with Sutton is he's the clear number one on an offense that takes a leap.
Yeah. And even though like I'm excited about Pat Bryant, like relatively speaking and being very objective, like the competition added is not significant. Maybe you say Evan Ingram is, but like the way Courtland Sutton won is downfield and in the red zone.
It's different. Ingram's such like a specific, like shallow target. Like you don't build the plane out of Evan Ingram, you know?
Yep. All right, we're about to pick here at pick 69. Nice. We have Bijan, Garrett Wilson, Travis Hunter, Courtland Sutton, and Brock Bowers. Sidekick referencing James Conner here at the top. Jacoby, part of a potential double stack with Brock. I did just get the rankings thrown in here. We also have some other kind of intriguing wide receivers, Jane Reed, and the both of the Packers guys. So he goes Judy. Connor is the ADP faller here.
Connor's cool. Myers is also cool. I think we could set up a potential double if we want to do Myers. We don't have a quarterback yet, but we do have Nix and we have Lawrence outs. We could play it through Penix. So just getting the Connor fall,
yeah,
I do like.
I agree, and I think we're more likely like the small 2v2 here on running back wide receiver, like this pocket here, Jacoby, Pearsall, Golden, Reed, Shakir, even Downs, I think is pretty strong. Whereas after Montgomery and Connor
kind of falls off,
then it's a little shakier.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even Montgomery, like if it's last year Montgomery, then he's a great pick here, but I'm worried about that. Like what they have with Gibbs, the distance between Gibbs and Montgomery mid 2025 feels like it's going to be a lot wider than it was last year.
Back on the Sutton thing, I kind of agree with Benny. I don't have any good or bad feelings about Sutton clicks. Want some with Chiefs and Jags plans. Don't if I do not. And I think the market is probably going to push us to a little more Sutton now with or let's make this pick. So Jacoby comes back. So that's perfect.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah. But if we have Waddle moving up, right, I think there's still going to be a trend for Pickens to kind of inch up, get paired with CD a good bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Sutton gets closer to like Ridley than he does to saying fixated at like the 4 or 5 turn.
Yeah. I mean, Ridley, like when we were in the FFPC draft, Sutton went pretty similarly to where he goes here. He went to like, I think he was in the late 5th in our draft, and he tends to go like more 4 or 5 turn here, but receivers go later on the FFPC generally. But like looking at Ridley, he'll fall to the 7th. And I actually think that gap kind of makes sense. Like not like that full gap making sense, but there should probably be a little bit of a gap between these two players. One of them has a rookie quarterback. The other has a quarterback that we are fairly optimistic on, and I think for good reason, and has a great offensive line. And, the coaching there is better, right? You'd certainly rather have Peyton than the Callahan offense. So, yeah, I mean, he's not like the most exciting guy, but I think for best ball where you're trying to like stack wins, stack like solid hits at every pick and then create the super team with just, scoring from top to bottom. He's a pretty solid pick, especially if like on this team, we didn't take a receiver till round 3. And so he fits the bill on this team really well, especially since we took a big crack with Travis Hunter too.
Yeah, for sure. And like, Pepper Tony says Sutton probably hit like his 90th percentile season last year and now is getting drafted as such. I think it's kind of similar to the Terry McLaurin thing, right? Where it's like none of us love the price. We know that we're kind of paying a premium on last year's touchdowns and those could regress, but it's also like Jaden Daniels in year 1, Bo Nix in year 1. They could take another step. Like it's one of those situations where you could just have another double-digit touchdown season and it wouldn't be shocking. And do you want to be overweight that? Probably not. But are you just going to full fade Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels in their number 1 wide receiver after really, really good years? That also seems bad.
It also seems more likely that like if Bo Nix takes, first of all, Bo Nix has like more room to grow as far as like the efficiency goes. And then like Jaden was almost an MVP last year. Like his efficiency was to that level. So, I think he can maintain that and is a great pick. But it's like hard to see what would happen for Terry to be like an absolute smash at ADP. Probably just going to be a solid pick.
Wide receiver got absolutely wiped out.
That's okay. I think we can pivot here. Do you think Nix comes back would be the question?
I think so.
Okay. I'm happy to take a running back here then.
Do you like Mason or B-Rob?
I'm fine with either if you prefer B-Rob, but you prefer B-Rob there?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, talk to me. Did you guys have a rankings update on Mason? I mean, Mason's obviously a little bit. Was he behind on ADP there? But it seemed. Do you guys prefer Mason to B-Rob straight up now?
The funny thing is that the way we have the rankings now, we have like ranges of outcomes driving the sims, and I should note the sims are live on Prod. If you haven't signed up for Legendary Upside, we have a 5-day free trial running right now. You can check it out. And yeah, the sims driven sidekick, which powers formats like the Eliminator, Weekly Winners, Superflex. All those formats are now live. Nice. If you want to head over and check out the sidekick, legendaryupside.com/sidekick, get your 5-day free trial. But what I've noticed, Nix here is fun. What I've noticed is that the sims like Jordan Mason more than my brain does. But we're like, I've put in, what we think Jordan Mason, I stand behind everything we're telling the sims as far as like the range of outcomes. But it's one of those ones where when you get to that point in the draft, it kind of seems like, hey, this guy has some upside, contingent for sure. And there's also some upside of like, maybe he's just, the goal line back all season. We expect that he'll have a roll out of the gate. And you're kind of running out of guys like that. There's some bigger cracks for like later season upside available. There's some really strong contingent plays. But here, I think why we were seeing him is that we didn't have an RB3, and he's going to probably like produce for us all season. B-Rob has a similar case. Yeah. It's been one of those ones where like sometimes with the sims, you're like reevaluating the ranking, the ranking that I have posted on the site, because you're like seeing a guy more than you would expect to, based on what the Sims are kind of evaluating it as.
I think they're an interesting duo to compare because there are a lot of similarities there. I think you could make the case Jordan Mason, like clearer path to rushing touchdowns, right? Because you're not going to have to compete with a Jaden Daniels. Even Austin Ekeler has been good around the goal line as well. So that's probably more clear. Like if he locks up that role in Minnesota's offense is good, like his touchdown expectation is probably a smidge higher. But then on the other hand, Aaron Jones definitely seems like more formidable backfield competition than Ekeler.
For sure. Yeah. I've been with Brian Robinson. I've for a couple years now been pro Brian Robinson, but he's always been in like the hundreds. Even later, like I had like 5.55s last year where I was getting him at like 120, and it just felt like really, really cheap, solid running back depth. But I struggle to see the upside with him. I guess it would just be like he just gets all the touchdowns, but I don't know that he will. They keep kind of rotating in other guys there.
The other thing too, and I think Davis mentioned this on our stream with Gretsch too, of like he was offering explosive in the passing game too. Like he was getting those checkdowns and like just being part of an offense that has a lot of explosive plays. Like there's a trickle down effect there. All right, ignore Jonnu Smith. Najee is here topping Charbonnet, Trevor Lawrence with that, but we can maybe sit on that. What do you think?
Think we can push. What's our next pick?
124.
Yeah, we can push Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah. Najee's popping, I think, for similar reasons as Mason was. It's like you're getting the running back depth. We should ignore Jonnu for sure.
Yes. Let's do Najee.
Yeah. Okay.
We can grab it there. So we go Bijan, James Conner, Brian Robinson, Najee there. What is up? Vivian, hopefully no gag reflexes to us taking Najee Harris.
That's I just felt like a lot of anxiety after taking Najee Harris. So I just, now I bring in Vivian to
let me answer this question for Pepperoni. Has Pat adjusted Johnny's ranking yet? Considering he came on the stream as the news broke and is currently holding a small child while drafting on stream with me, I think the same answer is no. He is not.
Come on, man.
Yet.
What do you want? When was I supposed to do it? Has he updated it yet? What's the holdup? You're looking at the holdup.
Oh yeah, just definitely slacking. Don't you have your AI agent Vivian here who could get on the case?
Vivian's gonna update it for us.
Someone's asking where Waddle went in this room. You can see it right up here at the 4-5 turn. He went at 5-1. All right, 124. Do we like locking up Lawrence here?
Yeah, I've had some questions about like the sidekick and the relationship with ADP. What we're seeing is that like Lawrence right here is the best pick for the team. So if we wanted to push him, that would be like up to us. He would be past ADP coming back. I don't have any interest in doing that. But you will sometimes see guys popping up ahead of ADP, particularly in this range where the ADP value doesn't add much. Did I freeze or did Pete freeze? All right. I guess I have access to this, but I don't know how to do all the stuff Pete does. So here I am. I'm back. Throw some questions in the chat. I'll answer questions. I assume Pete's drafting is hopefully he didn't lose internet. Have you tried a private draft with 12 sidekick drafters taking the top recommendations to see what the board would look like? It would look different, I think. I mean, we haven't done that. I'm curious to see what that would do. But there's enough like variance in the pick recommendations that I think, honestly, I'd be super interested to see what that would look like. I think it would be fun. Do we have Pete back? Pat's the captain now. What's your max exposure to a player right now? I actually don't know. That's a good question. I'll check. RJ Harvey, any good? Yeah, I think he's good. I'm still in.
I have very bad news, Pat.
No, did we time out and take Jonnu?
Yeah. My computer crashed. The second I knew it, I was like, okay, let me try to open it up on my phone. And it's like 1 second and yes.
Come on.
People wanted to know where Jonnu Smith is going to go in the first draft after. Well, let me tell you, at 118.
Come on.
Okay, let me get this fucking up here. My God,
you know I'm dialed in that was my first. That was where my head went.
No, it's a total disaster. Hang on, we're on the clock here, and I don't even have the sidekick up yet. Jack Besh, Quentin Johnson, Palmer, Pat Bryant. Should we grab like a Palmer or a QJ here?
Yeah, we could even reach for Bryant and get the next.
Oh, you're right.
On.
All right, let's just do that, and I'll get this goddamn thing back up again. Just absolutely devastating stuff because then like the quarterbacks all snapped off the board too. Someone got so excited that Trevor Lawrence fell that they took Trevor Lawrence and then took Brenton Strange at 138.
Wait, we didn't get Lawrence?
No, that's what we took Jonnu instead of Lawrence. It's a double whammy.
Oh,
I'm telling you, man, it's rough.
That is actually extremely rough.
Yes, it's a disaster.
It's really a bummer.
I'm going to say your new Sims were too powerful for my computer. Right,
don't blame the Sims for your internet. I was sitting on stream.
Oh God! So this is what happened. So we get timed out there, and then Lawrence falls to 127.
We didn't even get that much of a value on Jonnu. Like he's kind of close to ADP.
I know.
All
right, let's see here.
All
so
right.
we're back on the clock. Let's see if the sidekick they want
Penix,
us. Oh,
yeah,
Penix with
Bijan. Yeah.
All right, that works. We'll never know where Jonnu Smith should go. Arthur Smith, our team is in your hands now.
What if we banquet this team?
That's what I mean. It's like I said with our FFPC, our disastrous auto draft. It's like you just know that the pick you don't want is the one that's the problem is people are now going to get extremely cheap Jonnu Smith. So that's
yeah, I know.
But that's on me. We let me do a recap here since we've had a lot of chaos over the past few minutes. We have Bo Nix and Michael Penix at quarterback. We have Bijan, James Conner, Brian Robinson, Najee. At running back, we have Garrett Wilson, Travis Hunter, Courtland Sutton, Jacoby Myers, Pat Bryant at wide receiver, and Brock Bowers and Jonnu Smith at tight end. At least we did this on a team with Brock Bowers, where we can count on him.
I think we just need to lean into this. I think you got to screenshot the Jonnu ADP value, give it the value hand. I'll woo, put it on Twitter. We got to brag about. Oh my God, I can't believe how much value we got on Jonnu this morning.
The worst part is I got about 130 last week before the trade. I took about 124 today after the trade.
That's so bad. God.
So bad.
Lawrence was like such a layup as well there.
Yes. Let the record show the sidekick is working perfectly fine. It did not suggest us to take Jonnu Smith at 124. You know what? I will give it to, there's a lot. I have been a fierce antagonist of the star method for streaming specifically and, early auto picks. This is one of the instances where I will admit it. The star method would have served very well.
It would have worked.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And maybe Pepper Tony was right. If I had stopped listening to everything you
saying,
updated
the ranks
and just updated the rankings.
Yeah, it's your fault actually, because it was in my ranks. I have the LegUp ranks in here. It is your fault.
It's my fault.
Yeah. See, we came back around. Yeah, we are in
Did we just
pretty
get
rough
sniped on
shape at
Gino?
wide receiver.
That's a bummer.
Yes, we did. We certainly did. What do you think
Great.
here? Bryce would be building out like just a backdoor stack here because he's a value.
Yeah. Which I honestly think does make sense with the quarterbacks that we have.
And then Thielen goes one pick ahead. And if there was ever a team where I wanted Thielen, it was this one.
Oh, there's Wandell popping in the top because we lose some optionality there. Yeah,
we could do Dart, Wandell, Slayton type thing.
Yeah, I like that.
All right. You can try to close out our back stack doors, but there is always another one that opens. I feel like in the ship chasing Discord, it's been a meme lately that Demario Douglas is always atop the sidekick for people.
Demario Douglas is he's one of the guys that it's a lot of times there's a lot of teams where a guy like Demario Douglas is helpful and we like him. So it's those two things. And you might have some Drake May as well with your sidekick teams. That's definitely a possibility. But yeah, I mean Douglas, he doesn't have like the same upside as a Kyle Williams, but he's looking. I went from going like worrying about his floor to feeling pretty comfortable about his floor. Based on where he's looking.
Yeah.
This isn't a sidekick recommendation, but I think Aaron Rodgers actually does make sense with Jonnu as a third quarterback. We do have that stacked, which is not in. We wouldn't have that in right now because we have Jonnu as a Dolphin.
Right. All right. Let's do that. I had mentioned on the show earlier that I don't think I have an Aaron Rodgers BBM share and that the time was coming here very soon. In a team where you accidentally take his tight end at 124, seems like a good time to lean into that skid.
Right. We know that there was, the recommendation of Bryce Young there. So the third quarterback is definitely on the menu. And he's not unstacked actually.
Yep. Good call there. So here's the team so far, 3-4-16-2. This team is not going to win any screenshot awards, but we will battle through Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Aaron Rodgers, Bijan, James Conner, Brian Robinson, Najee, Garrett Wilson, Travis Hunter, Courtland Sutton, Jacoby Byers, Pat Bryant, Wan'Dale Robinson, Brock Bowers, Jonnu Smith. This could be up there for a team that just would have the lowest favorability ratings of anything. It has Najee, has an auto timeout, Jonnu, has Aaron Rodgers
barely
on it.
Behind ADP.
It has Pat Bryant at pick 141. God damn.
This team would get downvoted on Reddit.
You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet in BBM.
Oh my god.
So yeah, Rodgers click upset the child. Lots of things upsetting Vivian these days.
All this team is missing is Derrick Henry.
Don't worry. If you want to see me draft Derrick Henry, tune in for my draft with Michael Leone because I feel like we draft Derrick Henry together a lot. Thank you, Steph. I won't grade this one out of respect.
Thank you.
This is one where, would that ever be a move? You go to the teacher and you're like, look, don't give me a grade. I'm giving myself a D right now. Let's just get out in front of it. Don't even bother. Like I'm taking the L before you even waste any of your time.
We're just trying to block off an F. We're just like
yeah.
We know we can't handle the F. Our GPA cannot handle the F.
That's all we're doing right now is just trying to salvage a D here.
Yeah. I mean, structurally, it makes sense. Now, you do have to ignore the fact that Jonnu is a horrendous pick, given what happened earlier today, and not the pick we intended to make.
Okay. Let's get back on track here. 3-4-6-2 definitely could use another wide receiver, could use another running back as well. What do you think?
Hopkins actually is pretty solid here. I'm into it.
All right.
Where are you at on Hopkins?
I'll take him on Lamar teams. I have not taken him in any other context, I don't think. But I will trust the sidekick here.
I think we're looking to fill out some depth, right? Because we punted the wide receiver 5, and then the wide receiver 5 was a rookie. So we get the Wandale Hopkins recommendations of like, hey, this dude's out there, and he's not totally just routes.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of like the Thielen pick.
Yeah.
And where you just, especially on these teams where you're so behind. I mean, we had 4 wide receivers through 7 and then didn't, even if we did get the Trevor Lawrence thing, obviously this team would be looking better, but we still would have been playing pretty major catch up at wide receiver.
For sure. I do like, it seems like this, you do have some commenters coming out of the woodwork and be like, this is kind of the team that I would like more of. So it's nice to see who actually likes a team like this.
Do you want to grab a running back or grab like a Slayton or Coker here?
The rookie upside crack feels fun here. We had this decision in our main event, Taj Brooks and Brashard Smith. I think both are really strong picks here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's do Brashard because we have the big Denver stack.
Yeah, that's cool.
Obviously, we have the opposite James Conner for Cincy too, but I always like the main stack because we're going to need such a big Denver week in week 17. So I think Brashard Smith lines up with that pretty nicely.
Brashard's a guy I'm probably on the more bullish side of our rankings team too. I tend to think his kick returning ability will keep him active, and the thing is if he's definitely making the roster, then there's room for upside in terms of even what we expect to happen. So he's probably a guy I'm tending to break ties a little bit to him, just as someone that I'm willing to go out on a limb a little bit more with.
Yeah.
I think he makes a roster.
And I have zero pushback for BBM. I think he's also the exact type of correlated piece you want to make opposite, where you're hey, by week 17, the chaos of the season, all of this, playing into the youth, the mystery box angle there makes a ton of sense. We actually haven't even recorded it yet, but we'll talk about it for manage, where I'm it's a little harder for me to envision getting early information from him. Even if he is returning punts, are we going to actually see him in the backfield? This offense loves to slow play rookies. He seems to me like a guy who does nothing for 7 to 8 weeks. And then you're okay, bam, here we go. So I think that's a little trickier in manage, but I mean, BBM, I love it.
I also think there are outs to him being the best running back they have on the roster, and it being kind of obvious. I do worry a little bit about there's some kind of off the field type of stuff. I think it's more is he paying attention enough in the meetings and stuff? I forget. He got suspended, or he missed a game because they were basically I don't know. It was he wasn't putting in the work or something. It was something like that. It wasn't any off the field incident. That's not great in an Andy Reid offense. Definitely creates kind of a wider range. But former receiver, he's big enough. He's not big, but I think he's big enough to be used on early down stuff, or at least in the traditional run game. And then I think he has some juice. I think he's a good runner. He's not just a scat back, is kind of what I'm saying. So
yeah,
he's really fun. How healthy is Pacheco? Is Pacheco the guy we saw last year? Because if so, he's extremely vulnerable to basically anyone with a pulse.
Yeah. I'm definitely warming to Brooks. It seems there's even less ambiguity about the depth chart there. It's I feel like Eli Mitchell and those guys are more of a roadblock than Zach Moss, who just was completely dusted last year. Troy Franklin here as an 8th, just ripping in on Denver. Absolutely. Yeah.
I love this. Trevor Etienne showing up, Gretsch's boy.
Yeah.
We do think about him occasionally,
It is wild. We did. So if you guys missed it on Ship Chasing, we had Gretsch on Thursday, and we kind of talked about all of these kind of late round running backs, and obviously some of them going at more of a price premium than others. But just even doing the exercise of loading all of the late round rookie running backs into the queue, there was 20. There were 20 of them. And I looked at every name and I'm there is something that could happen in training camp or preseason that could vault any of these guys into round 14 consideration, which just makes it such a fun year to talk through all these guys. And Gretch, you guys should go listen to it, was making the case for Trevor Etienne being undervalued here relative to his draft capital and where some of these other guys are going. And it was a compelling case, but it more was also like, there's a huge logjam of options here. Like we were drafting Devin Neal a good bit. Now I like never even get to him anymore.
No, yeah, I'm not really taking Neal, but I think my big takeaway from that episode was like there are so many rookie running backs that I just like want to see that green light on, and then I'm gonna hammer them. Yep. And I'm not gonna be like too tied to the prospect profiles with these guys once that green light goes on. I think for best ball, like, you know, sometimes when I'm looking at the dynasty stuff and you're trying to like predict, you know, what these guys are going to look like from a career perspective, you're like, oh, you know, he could end up looking like Dameon Pierce. Is that good or bad? For best ball, that's awesome. You know, for dynasty, you're kind of like, hey, I definitely don't want to overpay for that. I don't want to like start, you know, buying into this hype. But these guys that get cracks early, like I tend to be on the side of like the training camp and the you know, the mini camp buzz. Like it matters. It really matters. Like maybe we don't have definitive news, you know, coming out of mini camps and stuff, but you can already get a sense of like which rookies are unlikely to completely face plant. You know, we were talking about like Deontay Thornton a few weeks ago and his rise. Yeah. And it's like, it would be very surprising now if he like was a healthy scratch all season. Like that seems very unlikely. And that was on the table, you know, before mini camp. So you do start to like kind of dial in where the like range of outcomes on their access to playing time is. I think you get a lot of information about that. And then obviously what they do with that playing time is still like very unpredictable. And part of the reason that rookies are such exciting bets, because we aren't going to be able to tell how good they are with any real confidence, especially in year one, where like guys who go on to be busts can be productive if they get opportunities. So I'm really focused on this big group of rookie running backs. My focus is now shifted to who is going to get on the field this year, you know? And if it looks like they're having a strong camp and it looks like they're going to get on the field this year, I'm going to start being pretty aggressive.
The other thing that I think I could see happening is because we have so many of them, there will probably be a couple that end up more trendy than others, or the news is like clearer or more cleaner. But then you're going to have some of these other sneaky depth chart winners where it's just like, you know, this is the RB2 on this team.
Yeah.
And it maybe might not be as sexy or noteworthy, but there's going to just be, I think I can really envision in August just having like 5 or 6 of these guys that you just want, where you're like, I can start taking these at like round 13 and just pulling them up because they're all such viable bets. I don't think we fully appreciate how deep and how well positioned a lot of these guys could be.
So when your computer crashed, I got a question of who my highest exposure player was. It's DJ Giddens. And DJ Giddens is one of these rookie running backs that I think is, I don't know that I would say he's like locked in as the RB2. I think that would be it's too early to say that, but he has such a clean path to being the RB2 and a prospect that I really did like. And so him being good, if he's good, he'll be the RB2 in Indy. If he's really good, you know, maybe he's able to kind of like mix in and, you know, have like a tiny bit of standalone value. Even if Taylor doesn't get hurt, maybe he gives you a week or two of production. But more importantly, he is a 3-down profile that I think is one of like, he's like a super clean contingent running back bet. Now I am taking like a slight leap of faith with him that he is actually the RB2, but from what I gather, he does appear to be, you know, looking pretty solid so far. So he's one where like I would say like maybe we haven't gotten the full green light, but I think we have enough to where he makes sense at his current ADP. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like, I don't need a guy to be like, oh, he's going to be the starter somewhere. Like these back end bets. I just want to know I'm not taking a guy who's not going to be like active. Like I don't want to take a 0 all season. Like, and I would be pretty shocked if Giddens was a 0 all season. So,
right. Because it's, the dynamic ends up being kind of comparable. Like say you compare a Jordan Mason to a Zach Charbonnet, right? Where it's like Jordan Mason, you know, you're going to get some more standalone value. There's like real upside to run due to the ambiguity of that split. Zach Charbonnet probably not going to have much standalone value, but you know, the contingent is a home run. I think we'll have a lot of spots like that late too. Like the Giddens is probably the more Charbonnet example, but you could have like, I don't know, a Jarquez Hunter who's more like the Mason of like, what if he just gets 6 to 10 touches because he's so explosive, inefficient? And so then it's like, well, what kind of flavor of a back are you actually looking for?
Yeah. And I think in best ball, one of the things that I've been trying to think about is like, you get like last year we had the Blake Corum and, you know, he's up there around like pick 110 or 100 and there was like some optimism, especially early on, that he would actually challenge Kerrane, but it seemed like as we got later into the summer, that never really seemed to be materializing. So it was mostly what we were paying for with him was just like the certainty that he was the number 2. I think we want to be like careful about continuing to pay for the certainty of that when other guys become available. So I've been kind of struggling actually with Charbonnet a little bit because I'm like, how much am I just paying for? I know he's the number 2. But is he actually going to challenge Kenneth Walker, or am I just paying for an extremely expensive handcuff? Which like we know what it looks like when he gets the job. It's awesome, and so I'm kind of of two minds about it. Where it's fun. It's really fun when it breaks right for him because you now have a guy who's an absolute smash. But what if I can find that? You know, what if I can find some pure contingent upside? Cheaper. I mean, Tyler Algier is a much cheaper version of it, and we have pretty much the same amount of certainty. And then that's where these rookie running backs come. Like a Giddens is kind of like I'm trying to find Charbonnet for a fraction of the price.
Yeah, even Spears I think is a strong Charbonnet arbitrage where you're like very clear 2 backs in that backfield, and maybe Spears even gives you a little bit more standalone than Sharbs does. But yeah, it is that one is interesting because anytime like Sharbs is at ADP or a value and I need a running back, like it feels good, but he is really easy to nitpick relative to the guys, like you said, all the way down to Algier. Even Ekeler has like really nice contingent upside behind B-Rob.
Eckler's a guy the sidekick would be pointing you to. He pops up a lot, and it's like a lot of times when I'm seeing Ekeler, it's like I do have like maybe I have a Travion Henderson or you know I've got a Quinshon Judkins or something, and you're like, yeah, actually Ekeler, you know, if he's anything at all, he'll be helping me in the beginning of the season, like kind of an advance rate type guy, the classic chaperone idea. But also, yeah, he has contingent value. He catches passes. He's actually decent at the goal line. You know, he's one of the reasons that I struggle a little bit with B-Rob is that Ekeler's pretty good at the goal line, even though he's undersized. He's had a long history. You know, once they gave him the goal line work, he's been really good at it. So, he's a great example. I mean, he gives you more standalone value than Charbonnet, right? It's the upside's not as high.
This is the elephant in the room with the Charbonnet price. Clipper Nation nails it. It has to be that everyone just assumes Walker is going to be hurt like he always is, right? Like the market's applying an overconfidence to Walker getting injured.
Yeah, that's probably right. And I also think like one of the things that happens at the beginning of Best Ball Mania is that we have to like make these, you know, you're trying to find ways to build teams that, you know, you're not like just like taking on 0 after 0 after 0. So a guy like Charbonnet, you get into this range of running backs and it's like, hey man, at least I know that Zach Charbonnet has a bunch of upside. If Kenneth Walker gets hurt, he's not being usurped by, you know, Kenny McIntosh or whoever the current RB3 there is now. He's locked in. But then as you get deeper into the summer, he's someone I think I'm going to be more wary of at price because we are going to get more RB2s on the menu. Like we're going to get, and you know, maybe it's like not the sexiest names. Maybe it's a Kareem Hunt is far and away ahead of Brashard Smith and this the clear number 2. And, you know, but like, okay, then I'll take maybe Jerome Ford is, you know, or maybe Jerome Ford gets dusted by Dylan Sampson. And now we can like take a ton of Dylan Sampson. I want to be loading up on those guys, not like paying for the confidence that the guy is the RB2, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I think it's a good note. And then another one who's like screaming up too that you could put in that conversation is J.K. Dobbins. I mean,
Exactly.
talk about a guy with standalone value who, again, we generally don't think as much about the contingent for the unsexy side of it or whatever. But it's like if RJ Harvey isn't good or is hurt, I mean, Dobbins is going to lead that backfield. Like with all due respect to the Jaleel McLaughlin and Estime heads, like it's the Dobbins show in that case.
Yeah, Dobbins has been an awesome pick, like ever since he signed. I mean, he still has room to rise. You get like he should be productive right away. There's lots of touches available there. RJ Harvey isn't going to handle. We never thought RJ Harvey was going to handle all of them. If we thought RJ Harvey was going to handle all the touches available in Denver, he would be going in the second round. I mean, it's like one of the easily top 5 offensive line. A passing game that, you know, we think will be plenty strong enough to support a good running game. You know,
too, you have like, Najee. So Najee has, based on the market, right? Najee has stiffer competition than even Dobbins, right? Omarion Hampton going in round 4 versus Harvey in round 6. And you're still paying a pick 110 for the Najee, partly because people feel good about the standalone role and stuff there. Like the Dobbins thesis is like arguably even better, and he's 17 picks cheaper.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Let's
recap. I might revisit the Dobbins stuff. I've been excited about him. I feel like we're ahead, but I'm going to double check. We're bullish enough.
Yeah. All right. Here's the team. I don't know how much we can learn from this one. We battled technical difficulties, but we are aiming for a D. Maybe we could get a D+ out of it. Bo Nix, Michael Penix, Aaron Rodgers, Bijan Robinson, James Conner, Brian Robinson Jr., Najee Harris, Brashard Smith, Garrett Wilson, Travis Hunter, Courtland Sutton, Jacoby Myers, Pat Bryant, Wan'Dale Robinson, DeAndre Hopkins, Troy Franklin, Brock Bowers, Jonnu Smith. Like you said, I think a little behind at wide receiver, still plenty of correlation here. Just some not ideal moments in this draft for us.
Yeah, the timeout was very unfortunately timed. You want to auto pick before Jonnu goes off or well after. So before his ADP, I mean. But yeah, I mean I think we kind of salvaged it with the Rodgers quarterback 3. We get, so that little stack, makes it seem like we intend. Actually, it probably makes it worse. It's made it seem like we tried to do this. Like we thought Jonnu should only fall 6 picks.
Dude, let's set up that Rodgers stack, man. Got to get it in.
It actually seems like we are idiots. But yeah, I like the Knicks. I love the Franklin pick at the end. That was a lot of fun. The Brashard Smith bring back is fun. So there's some fun elements on this team. What if what you need to win with Travis Hunter is like an extremely boring team with Aaron Rodgers, Jonnu Smith stack? What if that's what you need?
What if the thesis of this team is that Travis Hunter is essentially like their Taysom Hill, and he's just like running wildcat and like doing everything and not using the quarterback?
That's actually bad to stack with Rodgers, though.
Yeah,
that hurts.
Exactly, that's true. No, I'm saying sorry. I was saying for Travis Hunter. That's how he's used. So we don't need Lawrence with him.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, that's great. That's great.
One other thing too is so like Bo Nix, and it's funny because I did this with the Baker Mayfield in my first draft this morning, where it's like I'm not often getting those guys right because I just find them like slightly overpriced relative to the elites and like the value pocket passers who go after them. So when I do take those guys, I like leaning into like a huge team stack like we did here with Sutton, Franklin, and Pat Bryant. And like with my Tampa Bay team, I did, Baker, Igbuka, tacked on McMillan and K-Dot, where it's like, if this pick is going to hit, from this range, which is kind of fragile, like I want all the pieces coming with it.
Let me say that one. Yeah. Let me say that one again.
It was a Baker, Igbuka, McMillan, K-Dot, where it was just like, I took the Baker plunge at 101. And then I'm like, well, let me lean into this. Like if he's going to beat this ADP as a pocket passer and I'm kind of chasing last year's touchdowns, like let me really commit to it again.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, Pat, let people know you mentioned a few things with the sidekick, leg up. What else should people know about?
Yeah. If you're an existing LegUp subscriber, hit me up at legendaryupside. Hit me up at legendaryupside@gmail.com. If you want me to set you up with a free trial, had a couple issues for existing subs getting set up correctly. So just legendaryupside@gmail.com. If you're an existing sub, and I'll set you up with a free trial. If you're not an existing subscriber, head over to legendaryupside.com/sidekick, sign up for a 5-day free trial. And you can test it out. You can test out the Sidekick with the Sims in a variety of formats. It'll now also dial in recommendations specifically to the tournament. So like your 5-5-5 recommendations will be different in the way that they should be compared to the $20 best ball millie over on DK. Big dog versus best ball mania, all that, different advance rate structure, different final size. That's now accounted for. Plus, we're able to support Superflex and all those different types of formats. So, yeah, legendaryupside.com/sidekick. And we'll have articles from Matt Irby, Michael Dubner out. And check out my article on the tight ends, which thankfully I did include the note about how horrible it would be for Jonnu Smith to go to Pittsburgh right before it happened.
Yes. I will also say too, I know a lot of people in the ship chasing Discord over the weekend were starting to use the Sidekick to get in a lot of puppy Superflex entries as well. So if you're looking to dabble in that, it's a good way to attack that. All right, Pat, we will see you next Monday, and we'll see you for ADP chasing tomorrow and ship chasing on Thursday. And without further ado, it's Mr. Michael Leone.
Paul Posluszny.
You're a psychopath.
Travis Kelce, alpha play. Jamar, alpha play chase.
Give me rookies or give me death.
All right. Michael Leone. I believe I saw someone in the chat said you guys just got your updated ranks in with the Jonnu Freiermuth. What's the live update here for the people?
We do have the ranks updated. Shout out Jack and Dank over at ETR for being on that so quickly. Achan moved up from 18 to 15. Tyreek from 26 to 19. Waddle from 54 to 50. Jonnu drops from 99 to 159. And Freiermuth from 159 to 178.
Okay. All of those track to me. I guess the more surprising one was we were wondering if like Freiermuth would just be more on like fringe undraftable territory, but I assume this is saying like, hey, they're going to be playing a lot of 2 tight end sets, etc.
Yeah, I think he's probably I think their number 2 and 3 targets are probably going to be Jonnu and Freiermuth in that offense, and it really just absolutely kills any of the the late round potential wide receiver 2s for Pittsburgh. I still, would be a little weary of drafting Freiermuth, but we just did them, so we might continue to tweak. I'm also surprised Tyreek moved up more raw spots than Waddle, just because percentage-wise, like that's a much bigger leap, but it's possible that was just a portion of the draft where the guys were already so close anyways. And I know Tyreek's been one where we've been fighting it a little bit, like on vibes. We've been pretty conservative on him, and now it's hard to continue to be super conservative with Tyreek. And Gretchen and I did our podcast recently, and just noting that he still has a lot more upside, I think, than other wide receivers in this portion. Definitely some age concerns and whatnot, but if there's someone that's going to finish as a top 3 wide receiver that's going like where he's going, it's probably him, especially now.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think because it also has to be a testament to their confidence in Tyreek's health, right? Has that offseason surgery. Like Jonnu Smith was kind of what allowed them to mitigate him not being as big a part of the offense. And now it's like you get rid of him. It's like saying, hey, we're going to get back to what we did 2 years ago.
You rarely get a trade like this where you just totally remove a guy that's like getting a decent amount of targets. I mean, there's just nothing at tight end.
We pulled up the depth chart, and it was learning names kind of exercise.
Yeah, you getting some Julian Hill vibes going.
Yes, exactly.
It's crazy for an offense that's already pretty concentrated. Got a little more spread out last year as they did some weird stuff too. I think this season went bad. The O-line was bad. We were still expecting to swing back to the receivers, but man, the targets per out run for the receivers, like the first year of the McDaniel offense was just absolutely out of control. And we could get back to that. And it makes Achane so safe. I know Gretch, when we were doing the podcast, was raving about like the potential target upside for Achane, and it's kind of hard to get there on projections. Well, now you can get there on projections too. I'm actually kind of bummed from. I'm glad the trade saves me from drafting, more Jonnu than I should have, but already being ahead on the Miami pieces, it's going to give the market a good reason to get on board there.
Yeah, I know. I think I saw Dwayne was tweeting from Fantasy Life. He's bummed because he's been drafting Jalen Waddle as like his favorite click in the 5th round. And it's hard not to see him becoming like a fixture of the late 4th now. We're on the clock here. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson go in our BBM draft. Barkley, Bijan, CD. You got any flavors you like here?
I think Saquon here. Yep. Is there like Saquon fatigue out there? I've noticed him slipping kind of, across the industry, not just on Underdog.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think there are, often in these rooms, people are like, hey, I'd rather, play the wide receiver. I think I have heard a lot of chatter about like, oh, play hero wide receiver, get that elite wide receiver round 1, and then you can kind of pick your spots at running back in other rounds. But yeah, I don't know if there's one thing about it. I've also seen there's people who prefer Bijan, and he'll go ahead sometimes. I do wonder if people, as the fantasy market like gets smarter, where people almost feel, it's funny because I say get smarter, but you're maybe overthinking it, but thinking I don't want to overpay for last year's production, essentially.
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely get the Bijan over Saquon arguments, especially if you were on like full PPR sites. Where the reception gap, I think, is going to be pretty stark between the two. But there's part of me that's like, we know Saquon as a prospect was just like a generational dude. And then we saw him do it last year. And this team, with the exception of the pass catching volume, is just so perfect for him. Great offensive line, awesome defense. They've got field stretchers at wide receiver. It's hard for me to see the efficiency going bad, but he's probably not going to break off, as many crazy long touchdown runs as he did last year. I mean, he had that Rams game where he went from like 15 fantasy points to 35, scoring like, 270-yard touchdowns the last 4 minutes of the game. He definitely ran hot.
Yeah. Yeah, it is funny how like recency bias works in that way, because it's like, I mean, Pat and I were just talking about like Terry McLaurin and Courtland Sutton, and 2 guys who ran pretty hot on touchdown expectation last year, and, people still willing to draft them. But there's something I think about it being your round 1 pick that where now people are like, am I paying for last year or am I actually getting it? But yeah, I'm still taking Barkley here when Jefferson drops. And I do think we did see an actual flippening in ADP, where Jefferson is now regularly going ahead of him. Jefferson
on the updated ADP is almost a full spot ahead. He's at 2.7 and Saquon's 3.4.
Yep. Yeah. So that is certainly interesting there. And I think we're going to continue to see a lot of kind of musical chairs up here in spots 2 through 6. That's kind of just what I've noticed.
I feel like Saquon come August is just going to get back up there. So.
Yes.
Just grab Tyreek Hill.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So he's popping in the updated ranks, which I uploaded. The draft assistant likes a Bucky, Jacobs, T. Higgins. How do you want to play this?
I kind of want to, I'd go Bucky or Tyreek.
Yeah, let's do Bucky.
I think the ADP factoring in here is like probably bad ADP factoring into that score on Tyreek, but sometimes you get a lag on the draft rooms themselves. I'm just not sure with this wide receiver heavy room if we're going to get if he's going to make it past this turn.
The thing is though, like I actually, and I'm sure your guys' ranking will drive up some ADP generally, but the vibe I've been getting from people, and Willis does take him here, is that people weren't scared about Tyreek Hill because of a lack of targets. They've been scared about his health. They've been scared about just him being distracted by other things. Like it seemed more vibe based than it was actually in like targets,
Yeah. I think we gotta go T. Higgins here.
Yeah.
While I agree with you, but I kind of noted that was our position to start. I just feel like the floor ceiling combination just shifts enough that makes you kind of not no longer be worried about those things, but there's always ways things can go bad and good, and you're just kind of trying to weigh the probabilities. And I feel like the probabilities have still shifted in his favor.
For sure.
It's not that those negative outcomes, if he's, goes nuts or, gets hurt or just has an age cliff drop off, Jonnu Smith being gone isn't going to affect that. And you're still going to get that negative case. But then in like the average outcome or the higher ceiling outcome now, there's just incredible target shares on the table for a guy that almost had 2,000 receiving yards, so I think that's sort of what the shift is. It's not that those vibes are gone. It's just that the positive outcomes now get a light shined onto them a bit more.
For sure. And I think like, complete bro science anecdotally, if you had a bunch of people who were on the fence about Tyreek, who were kind of mostly fading him at his ADP, maybe grabbing him if he really slides, like there was a contingent of people who said like, I don't want to touch Tyreek this year. Like I'm just fine grabbing any other guy. You're probably not going to win them over with this, but the other people who are on the fence of like, I feel gross every time I click him there. Like you win that contingent back over in a way I do think will meaningfully move up his ADP. But yeah, certainly an interesting domino considering how, I would see people still take him as early as third round, and I would see him fall to the end of the third round sometimes. Those days are probably over.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to start grabbing him kind of where he might move up to like the Lad Rashid range pretty easily.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, there's not a ton of resistance. I mean, we've seen Rashee Rice scream up there. I mean, someone took Rashee Rice ahead of Bowers in the draft, Pat and I just did. So there's definitely room to run in this kind of fragile wide receiver range.
Yeah, Brock seems like he's been falling a little bit lately.
Yeah.
Which is, we were behind ADP on Brock most of the summer, and now we're, a hair ahead on him.
Yeah. Yeah. And Pat and I were trying to figure out why that was happening. I do think it's because Rice, has been jumping him at times in certain drafts, and just, I think people still have like elite tight end fatigue or PTSD or whatever it is. And just being like, I'd rather grab the running back wide receiver.
All right.
I have done this Barkley Bucky start before too. And you do have to start to pay attention to your running back buys. Just because if you add the third week 9 early, then you could start to be in some dicey territory. But luckily, most of the week 9 buys are out of the way.
Yeah, and this is pretty clear wide receiver pick for us, with only getting 1 through 3, and that being in the third round. There's Waddle.
Waddle goes 43. In the draft previous, he went at the 4-5 turn. Again, I think plenty of room for him to inch up into this mid 4th round. We're on the clock here. Jaden Daniels is available, as is Devontae Smith. Those seem like the options. And then Courtland Sutton also in the mix here.
I think I'd grab Devontae. And then
a week 9. And see if Hurts comes back.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's grab Devontae here. We'll let everyone take the sexier wide receiver 2 and Waddle, and the wide receiver 1 and Tyreek, and we'll scoop up T. Higgins, Devontae Smith, all guys who used to be fixtures of that late 2nd, early 3rd round.
I'm surprised we have Hunter down so far. I guess our rank on Hunter's dropped. We're just kind of spooked by the cornerback stuff, but
Hurts here, rip it in on the Eagles.
Yeah, I think we're just all in on the Eagles at this point. Take the Hurts stack. We're gonna have to chase receiver a ton, but we can be. So something we've talked about before on the show is like the flexibility in your stacks. When we're taking this second QB probably late, we're gonna have a lot of flexibility. So we're not gonna have to take a quarterback too early, I guess, as QB2, because we're gonna be able to draft a lot more wide receivers. This is going to be a quantity wide receiver team for sure. And then a later second quarterback. Sometimes if a second quarterback really slips, like I'll actually get a better one than people usually pair with Hurts, just knowing I'm going to take 2. But that's like only if the stack set up and the ADP value set up.
This could be one of the more interesting rooms for the Joe Burrow dynamic here, because the Jamar Chase drafter from the 1 took Jaden Daniels, and the T. Higgins drafter, that's us, took Jalen Hurts. And this is also a room with a lot of badges who are willing to push Joe Burrow. there's a chance we could see an even bigger Joe Burrow slide than the ones people are typically used to seeing.
Yeah. And I will once in a while, like I said, I'll experiment with, like, that's how I get unique, is if something weird like that happens and we get a Hurts Burrow. Like, I think that's a bad strategy to set out for. But if just something odd happens and we get it, it's not something that I'm going to completely X out.
Yep. For sure. Yeah, so the team we start, we go Barkley, Bucky, high T, double bye week 9 start, come and grab T. Higgins, who falls a little bit more than normal here just because Tyreek and Marv went. Come back, get Devontae Smith, and then Jalen Hurts comes around, partly because Jane Daniels slid all the way there, which made it easier for someone not to poach Hurts from us naked.
Yeah, do we go Burrow at 75? We're definitely not going with him to start. There's no reason not to try and push it past this turn here.
Yeah, I think
Deebo's not coming back to us, most likely. Willis would take Deebo, so he's probably on our short list here.
Yep. The other wide receivers in here, and it looks like the draft assistant still even kind of recognizing our positional need, pushing Deebo and Jacoby ahead here as potential wide receiver options for us. So everybody's here. Do you want to go? You want to go Deebo?
I want to go Deebo and see if Burrow makes it back. He either goes unstacked to spot. I mean, there's no way Willis is taking Burrow, right? I mean, I guess he might be thinking the same thing we're thinking, right? Like, if it comes back at a really good value, he'll take it. So maybe he will, and if he does, so be it. But and he does do it. And I think that's a fine move by him. You know, we snipe him on Deebo. He gets the Burrow, and he actually has the stack. But we're so desperate at wide receivers. I think it was the right call.
So Jacoby, Shakir are the options here. You guys are definitely much lower on Pearsall and Reed. What do you think?
Yeah, Shakir gives us the week 18 stuff, but we have Jacoby ranked higher, and there's a stack out late. So I honestly could go either way. I think it's pretty tight.
I kind of like the week 17 correlation there.
Oh, I said week 18, didn't I?
Yeah.
Wow, that was a late flipping in the queue. You got it.
Well, I was thinking about it too. I mean, there are other bills late, but I think the profiles, right, of kind of like Shakir and Jacoby, kind of what we're getting on a wide receiver needy team are similar. So I'm like, they both seem so close. Why not just tilt it to the week 17 bet?
Yeah, you're right. They're very similar profiles. I really didn't know who to pick. I was happy to punt that decision to you. So when I was joking about the late flip, I was more just impressed that you got it in time. And that was like a second you came to that decision, and I got a lot of reps under your belt.
Well, you missed. So my Pat and I were had a decision, and my computer crashed, and we auto timed out Jonnu Smith like after the news at like 1:24, and so I needed a redeeming finger moment there, and glad to get one on stream. So here's the team so far. We're up to 4 wide receivers. We got Hurts, we got Barkley, we got Bucky. So with that elite QB and the double RB start, we have a lot of kind of cushion there. And now we've caught up a bit at wide receiver: Higgins, Devontae, Deebo, and Shakir. Do you have any Deebo takes? I feel like he's been a polarizing guy. Obviously, injury, efficiency stuff. People make fun of the weight, but hard to not be excited about the new environment in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, you're just playing with such an elite quarterback. I think there's a lot of room for him to get some traditional wide receiver 2 targets, but then a lot of the manufactured stuff. He's not that old yet, I know he had the tough season last year, but didn't he have like pneumonia or something? He came back and then like really had a tough time. And I think it's a good buy low situation where the vibes aren't great from last year. He's switching teams, but at this cost, he really is a playmaker. And I don't view McLaurin as like this huge, like CeeDee Lamb alpha share, target share guy. So I think there's plenty of room for Deebo to honestly like end up like fairly close to McLaurin in target share, or at least in like total opportunities.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny too, like how quickly we change our perception. Like Deebo used to be this guy we thought of as this warrior, this gam, plays through everything, and now it's just like, oh, he gets injured, he's fat, he's whatever. It's like how quickly we change our priors on these guys.
Yeah.
We're about to pick at 8-10 by ADP. It's Hawk, Baker, Jordan Mason, Kyler, Jaden Higgins. By rank, we got Hawk, Jalen Warren. In here, this could be a rookie wide receiver team if you wanted to pull up like a Higgins.
Yeah, this would be a
Hawk.
spot where I don't mind stretching at receiver, knowing we've got like Goddard and Kincaid in the stacks later. Normally I'd be taking Hawk, but the structure of this team, I'm fine getting us that upside. And again, we're just adding to like stack outs later. So
yeah.
This is too where I know we don't have a great rank on Higgins. We do think he's like a little bit overvalued, but I've mentioned like I want a rookie in my room somewhere. And if we're checking the right boxes, which we were on ADP value, positional need, and it doesn't directly check a correlation box, but it gives us an out later. So we'll say it checks 2.5 of the 4 boxes. I think that's fine.
Yep.
If Hawkinson had come back, I would have like just
For
conceded.
Sure.
But I mean, we could just go Keon, just continue to build that out, get some Bills stuff going. Shaheed.
I do Warren, Keon, or Shaheed. Shaheed's been falling, so I would say Warren or Keon here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'd go Keon, but it's
okay.
It's definitely really close. Sometimes when I get a start like Bucky, Saquon, I like overly ignore that third RB, and then you do get in a tricky spot where if you're like 3 real shaky running, you probably do want a third with some more production than 2 upside darts. But kind of same thing as Shakir, kind of just breaking that tie in favor of the correlation. And the teammate correlation, I think, is good for Buffalo too. Like,
yeah,
if the passing offense goes off, we're still going to benefit quite a bit even without having Josh Allen on the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's still one of my favorite moves. I did it my first draft. I had 2 main stacks, Dallas and Tampa, but I also did Njoku and Jerry Jeudy stack where it's like, I don't know who that quarterback is, but I still want those teammate pairings there. And I would guess that like Shakir Coleman without Allen is probably pretty underrepresented by the field and just those types of pairings in general.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was torn there too, because I do think Warren's kind of an intriguing wide receiver 3. You guys had a solid or running back 3. You have a solid value on him. And I think I would go in the other direction as you, not necessarily about wanting to catch up at wide receiver, but just being like so grossed out by like the receiver range from like 100 to 140 that I'm like, I try to almost break ties in the running back direction and then just see, do I get a good value? Can I be patient and then get my first one after that range? That kind of idea. But we are up to 6 wide receivers now. So we have the Hurts, Barkley, Irving, and then we got Higgins, Devontae, Deebo, Shakir, Higgins, Keon Coleman. So we have been hammering wide receiver here since that start.
Yep, and that's typically what happens when you go back-to-back running backs out of the gate and you throw an elite quarterback into the mix.
Let's see here. We get a run on the quarterbacks starting to come off the board here. Caleb 112, Herbert 113. Looking at the ranks, we got a couple running backs up here. We got tight end. It probably is a running back or tight end pick for us coming up here.
Yeah, and I'm guessing stuff isn't totally updated for Jonnu.
For the solver with the Jonnu, yeah.
Yeah. God, he's gross, but like Najee again gives us that potential week 17 stack, and we do kind of need a third running back. You'd think he's not the perfect type to pair with going 2 star running backs early. He goes, but he would have worked. You could have just taken 2 long shots later.
So we could do a Njoku or a Loveland. You could do Christian Kirk if you want to double up on Houston wide receivers.
Yeah, I'd maybe go Kirk and double up on the Houston wide receivers. What's the 80? Yeah, I think I'd go Kirk and double up on the Houston receivers. It's not a great spot. I'm also wondering, like, at what point do we need to take Goddard if we want him to build out this Philly stuff? Like, it's a little early for him, but I don't know if he comes. I'm trying to check the 80. His ADP is 141. He might come back. We probably got to risk that.
Yeah.
I think we got to go running back.
Yeah, especially after it would be that or Njoku basically. But yeah, running back gets thin. Ramondre.
Yeah, I kind of like Tootin on this team.
I mean, I love Tootin, so I'm never going to turn that down.
I'm not getting. I don't get a lot of Tootin. I think it's a decent price on him. We're good on the buys, right? With Tootin, yeah, we're good on the buy.
Yeah.
Let's go Tootin.
Look, if Mike Leone says, "Give me rookies or give me death," who am I to fight him?
Well, now we're switching it. I was saying with Najee, we could take him and then 2 upside cracks. With Tootin, we take him. We can probably take a boring guy at some point later and then 1 more upside crack.
Yeah. Yep. There we go. So yeah, Tootin as our third running back here. Index says you have a ton of Bills. Why not Mondre? What is the correlation between the Bills?
I guess the week 15 correlation.
Yeah.
Which I'm not against. I'm not against.
I've been looking at the week 16 stuff. I don't know if I'm going to get into tiebreakers for week 15.
So I think I don't know, maybe I like Najee too much, but comparing him to Ramondre, like I could see Najee holding his role for the whole season, even with Hampton there. Like if they're just very run heavy, or he gets to goal line work. I'm really worried about Ramondre the second half of the year. And obviously we don't need him much the first half of the year with 2, straight running backs out of the gate. So I think there's a little bit, I think the archetype on the surface seems the same between Najee and Ramondre, but I definitely view Ramondre more negatively.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think thinking about how you're going to round out that room. And like you said, like Najee, then you could, on a team where we're going to need to kind of hammer tight end in this mid-range, then you could kind of set it up for 2 cheap rookie running backs later. Whereas now we might be looking more for like an Ekeler, Roshan Johnson type if we're going with a more thinner running back room. So yeah, we'll see what
oh man, that's tough. That's a tough tight end stretch though.
Jeez.
Wasn't exactly what we wanted. Makes the Christian Kirk pick look a little sketchy. We're probably gonna
look at this side of the board. I was just in hindsight, not a single team over here from team 8 and on had selected a tight end until round 10. So they were gonna rip it off.
Yeah. We did not get the Goddard slip past ADP.
So we could do we can do the Stroud thing for sure. I don't think the team behind us has 3 quarterbacks, and we know Willis is not taking one with Jaden Daniels. So let's definitely push Stroud around. If we want a tight end, we're looking at.
Oh boy, look who's there. Kyle Pitts.
Unless you want to grab like Trey Benson as a 4th running back and go extreme late tight end. I don't know.
I want every excuse to just continue to draft Kyle Pitts year in and year out. I think we did last week as well. No, who would you take? I mean, I think I'd take Pitts here.
I think I would have gone Benson just because
we're so far ahead of ADP.
We're so far ahead of ADP, and then like I don't know, this could be like a 4 tight end curious type of build if we had wanted to.
Oh yeah, if you had floated the 4 tight end curious thing to me, that might have swung me honestly. Because I'm thinking if we're only taking 3, I want like a sniff of upside, even if it's like fake upside. I want to be able to tell myself we have it in Pitts. I could have. Damn it. Yeah, I could. Yeah, we could have done the 4 tight end thing. You're right.
I will say too, I mean, do you, in this case, I mean, we're getting Stroud at a huge value and have 2 Texans. I was just going to mention, obviously the Pitts pick also opens up Penix.
Man, you were right. We should have gone Benson Stroud.
Probably still needs 3 more tight ends even with Pitts. I knew these jokes were coming.
The problem is we're too weak at running back to do it, I think. Yeah, so Stroud very clearly here. It's going to be a 2 quarterback team. I've drafted so many 3 quarterback teams. It's nice to get a 2 QB team in here.
Yes. This will definitely be a 2 quarterback team. Getting the Stroud there and kind of the give and take.
Someone said the Jonnu pick opens up Tua. I was like, what? No, he just made a typo though. But yeah,
it was a gift and take, right? Because the Nico drafter ended up having to go a couple tight ends in this range, so that pushed Stroud, and then we had cornered the market on the Texans wide receiver, so we were able to get Stroud as a good value despite losing out on Goddard there.
Oh, you were right though. I'm upset. Benson was the much better ADP value, and we could have structurally made it work. You know, I took the reach on need.
Here's the thing, Leone. You first tried to pretend that you're like, yeah, I'll be interested in Pitts at like a value or if it's correlated. But we found out today your true colors are like, I need a tight end. Where the fuck is Kyle Pitts?
Let's go.
Caden wants a 2.664. I mean, we could give this.
We could do
except we already have 7.
5.7. We could do a 2.574.
Yeah.
Did we catch up at receiver? And I'm always so paranoid at receiver.
I think we did. Higgins, Devontae, Deebo, Shakir, Higgins, Coleman, Kirk, double Houston, double Bills, skinny Devontae, Higgins, Deebo.
We could have maybe stopped at 4 running backs with Benson and just all right. It's over. We're shaking it off. What's done is done. We're on to the next pick.
Have you done a 4 tight end build in BBM yet this year?
I don't think I have. But this is definitely the type of start that gets you to, a 4 tight end build. Like you can throw like a, Dalton Schultz, who I don't even like, in there just to get the correlation. Like, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
We got to get on the running back train here for sure, though.
The chats already were trying to. Someone had a -600 on this team having Dalton Schultz. So I've stopped ever since listening to you and Gretch talk about Schultz. I have not clicked him once, but this might be the team we're forced to.
Yeah. I don't like Schultz as much as our rank. Not that our rank's that positive. I mean, we have him T25. One of the problems I run into, and you mentioned this, is like always doing the easy correlation play, and then all of a sudden, like I've got like 6% Dalton Schultz, but it's like on every CJ Stroud team or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I think both Ekeler and like Strange are certainly interesting here.
Ekeler fits this team like a glove. We talked about when we took the Tootin, we might need kind of a more boring vet back there.
I like that because I do think this could potentially be a 4 tight end or a 4 running back team if you needed.
Yeah. What do you think is more important, a 5th running back or an 8th wide receiver if we do keep the 4 tight end room open?
I think a 5th running back. I don't know. I feel like we caught up at wide receiver with Shakir, Higgins, Coleman, Kirk.
Yeah. Did Noel go?
No, he's always here. Strange would pair with Tootin, and we need to keep clicking tight ends. Or like you said, if you want to go Noel.
It's Strange or Noel. I mean, Strange is probably the more responsible pick. Noel's more fun, and we just really build out this stack.
Here's the thing.
Responsible. Okay.
Well, it's funny that you say that because like Noel is my most drafted, I think, player on the whole. So I'm actually looking for decent excuses. And I do think like part of the Noel, not that it has to work out this way, right? I don't want to be overly precise, but I think a lot of the scenarios where Noel smashes, it comes at the expense of Christian Kirk. So I wouldn't mind passing on him on my Kirk teams kind of specifically.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And we also probably not a 4 tight end team now. I mean, it could be. That last round pick is going to be a little bit the eyebrows.
I mean,
the last round pick for sure could go either way. We have 2 actual starting tight ends now. We'll call it 1.5 when Charlie Warner's playing over Kyle Pitts. Call it 1.5.
Yeah, don't put it on it. I'm glad you got to the joke first, because if you say we have 2 starting tight ends on this team and one of them's Kyle Pitts, the chat will come and make jokes.
Yeah, I preempted. You always got to preempt that.
Let's see. So the Jonnu watch here for people trying to get a non-auto pick Jonnu price went at 162 in this room.
That's about right. What did I say that was our updated rank, more or less?
Yeah,
Our
let's see. You
updated
got,
rank 159. So,
yeah. And it is trying to get us to draft Pat Fryermuth. But the sidekick might not be updated yet.
I don't think that's fully updated. Okay,
So
I kind of like. I'm torn on Braylon Allen. We talked about him on the podcast too with Gretch about how bad he actually was last year. Like the vibe is that he was good. I don't know. What do you want to do here? It still like makes sense for this team, I think, though.
Yeah.
I don't think I can do the Chubb. I know we've got Houston.
No. Yeah. Let's do Braylon.
And then just close out. Running backs closed out. We get kind of a handcuff upside pick, and we've got the right archetypes in the room. My point on Braylon was, though, it felt like he like challenged Brees last year and was good, and his efficiency was god awful after like a few good games to start. Like it's totally against what my memory was. I could see the Jonnu maybe falling too much though. Like with Rodgers there, and like no number 2 weapon. I think there's some weekly upside there that people might be overly like, oh, it's Arthur Smith. They have 2 tight ends. Like he's totally dead. I don't think he's totally dead. Definitely fell a lot though.
Leone, are we just on the same page? This is a 4-ass tight end team. We got to do it. It's a fun. I mean, it's Kyle Pitts, Brenton Strange. We're gonna take Dalton Schultz here, who's like a half of a tight end. If there was ever a time, But
we gotta take like Terrence Ferguson or something.
Yes. No, we'll live a little. For. I'm laughing too about the Braylon Allen thing because this was a conversation. I think it was Davis who said that because Pat and Davis were arguing about Braylon Allen and Davis loves him. And I think the phrase was, "This guy has his whole life ahead of him of how young he is." Is the whole case on Braylon Allen? So that's all I'm going to tell you. He's got his whole life ahead of him. All right, we take Dalton Schultz and then we set up a very fun 4th tight end pick, and we get 4 tight end curious. You down?
That Ekeler pick kind of, I mean, I don't want to put too much stock into Austin Ekeler, but that was a needed pick for this team at the time.
Yes, it was. So here it is. You tell us, chat, are we just bored and really want to do a 4 tight end team, or does this team need a 4th tight end? Jalen Hurts and CJ Stroud, Barkley, Bucky, Bashal Tutin, Austin Ekeler, Braylon Allen at running back, T. Higgins, Devontae Smith, Deebo Samuel, Khalil Shakur, Jaden Higgins, Keon Coleman, Christian Kirk at wide receiver, Kyle Pitts, Brenton Strange, Dalton Schultz.
So the room was calling me a homer earlier. Just wait until I lobby for 18th round Jackson Hawes. That's when the real homer.
Who? Is that a player? Jackson, what? How do you even spell his name? There he is. Oh, God.
No, we're not after that.
This is the timeline we live in. Best Ball Bros already advocating for Julian Hill on the draft menu.
Let me see where we have the Miami tight ends. I'm assuming it's just like absolutely nobody, but we've got Hill as the only one in our top 300, but we don't have him ranked well at all. We have him tight end 42.
Yes. I can never get the Arande Gaston hype. They are always up in my mentions when I need a tight end.
Keep thinking of that Dolphins receiver, and apparently there is a relationship here.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, my 90 Bills fandom. Was it 90 Bills? Arande Gadsden. Yeah. He faced the Bills, but what years did he play? He was born in, late 90s, early 2000s. Arande Gadsden.
All right, Leone, let's lock in here. Are we doing a tight end, or do you think this team needs a 8th wide receiver?
Let me see the receivers again. Jaden Higgins might have saved this. We just got a touch of upside there.
I mean,
we got Higgins and Coleman as the upside bats. Shakir, boring. Kirk, boring, but fine. Deebo, boring, but fine. And Devontae, I think we're okay with 7. The 8th wide receivers are generally so bad anyways. Not that the 4th tight ends are particularly appealing.
I think we have to do it. Even if it's just slightly ideological, if it's even close, Leone, we're going 4 tight ends. Which one do you want here? Theo, Sinnott, Arande Gatson, Arroyo. Who's the upside tight
I
end?
think maybe a Roy. Do we have any correlations we can pretend to break?
Well, it's Gadsden opposite Houston in week 17.
Gadsden. Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck.
Look at this. Who did we draft last week? Did we draft Conklin on a Chargers
No,
thing?
we drafted the other Disley, I think.
There it is, folks.
Yeah.
I believe maybe producer Mark could fact check me, maybe some of the viewers. I believe the first 4 tight end team I've ever drafted on stream for Best Ball Mania here. Do you feel, special being a part of history right now, Michael?
I do. We're going to show the haters, aka Adam Levitan, that sometimes you need to be creative. You got to open up your third eye and just foresee how this can work out. We're ping-ponging 2 catch 20-yard touchdown weeks left and right for 17 straight weeks.
I think of like ping-ponging, you have 1 ball, but when you do it with 4 tight ends, I'm just picturing a flurry of balls jumping around.
It's chaos.
This is true. I have now drafted all tight ends because I had a show where I did Conklin, I did Disley, and now we have done Gadsden here. Incredible stuff. All right, let me recap this team. Jalen Hurts, CJ Stroud at quarterback. We did get CJ Stroud at a nice value, let the record show. Barkley, Bucky Irving, Bashal Tutin, Austin Ekeler, Braylon Allen at running back. The kid's got his entire life ahead of him, so relax. Wide receiver, T. Higgins, Devontae Smith, Deebo Samuel, Khalil Shakur, Jaden Higgins, Keon Coleman, Christian Kirk. And the crown jewel of this team, a 4 tight end team, Kyle Pitts, Brenton Strange, Dalton Schultz, Oronde Gadsden. They say if you have 4 tight ends, you don't have a starting tight end, but I can't disagree with that, actually.
The one thing with this team, too, that mentally I have a tough time doing, even though I know it's fine, is like the Lamar, Derrick Henry, Hurts, Barkley pairings.
Yeah.
Like my brain does not want to do it. And it's funny because they've won DFS weeks like
together. Yeah.
Especially Lamar, Henry last year. But and then obviously the season-long correlation is the more important aspect, but I have a tough time doing it. I can't explain it. So I'm glad we got that in at a solid value.
Yes, it is funny too, because the Philly 4 tight ends. No, on the point of the elite quarterback and running back, because the season-long correlation is not in question, right? Like we saw last year, both Lamar, Henry, Barkley, Hurts, those offenses were cruising. They were sometimes ping-ponging weeks. It's the week 17 downside ceiling correlation you're a little concerned about, but you can get the ping-ponging effect and get a low-owned one of either the quarterback or the running back in, and then you can get those weeks where they score 40 points and they each have 2 rushing touchdowns and they both hit your lineup too. So yeah, I don't want to go out of my way to do it, but I'm not avoiding it out of value.
Yeah. And I think that's the right way to approach it. And yeah, the people not wanting to do it will make it a little bit unique in the playoffs. If you get that one huge Barkley week where Hurts doesn't do much and then all the Hurts stacks kind of die out, is what you're hoping for. Even better if they do it together. Like you said, the team just scores 40 points. Those onslaughts have been undervalued in DFS for, even today, they're still undervalued in DFS because people want the more narrow. You talked about being overly precise earlier. They want the Philly's got to throw this script. So it's not a Barkley week. It's a Hurts week. Or if Barkley hits his ceiling, the exact opposite, and it just doesn't really work out that way in reality.
One other thing about it too, and I actually looked, I was working on something and I was looking at the Hurts and Barkley splits all last season. And even though the ceilings in most games were inversely correlated, the floor actually wasn't. There were lots of games where, if one of them hit the 30-point ceiling, the other still had Hurts would have 22 or Barkley would have 15 when Hurts went nuclear, where it's it also doesn't kill your lineup. And obviously in week 17, we want the super high ceiling from our early picks. But in a week 15 or week 16 pod, having that secondary floor from the other one, you could survive that, a nuclear and then a floor from the other guy.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously it can play out the correlation way that people are thinking that's very precise, but there's just so many other ways it can play out too. And yeah, one of them is just a usable score from the other player, and the other guys hit their ceiling.
I will say, Oh, go.
Sorry,
I was just going to
ahead.
pull up this comment from Zach saying, can't help but feel like this four tight end team was inspired by Arthur Smith. You know, Arthur Smith and us just gobbling up all the tight ends today.
We should have taken Pitts, Jonnu, and Freiermuth and really
own the libs.
Had the inspired team. I was going to say, we need the Eagles defense to regress a little bit. They were so good last year. They were so commanding, and I'm worried they will be again this year because the team is just so stacked. But defense is one of those things that's a little more volatile year to year than offense, just historically. So if you get some regression on defense and you get this team needing to play at a faster pace and push it, I don't think that's going to hurt Barkley a ton. And it's going to help Hurts and the stacks there a lot for them to have to play with a little bit more urgency in some games.
What do you think about this comment? I have some thoughts, but I'm curious yours. Do you think Deebo and Ekeler are negatively correlated at all? Feels like they might do some of the same stuff for Washington.
I don't think they're too negatively correlated. I get the kind of maybe more gimmicky short passing game stuff, but I don't think so, especially in the cost you're getting the two players too. I think it's hard for them to be like severely negatively correlated. There's paths for Deebo to hit an upside that have nothing to do with Ekeler, and same for Ekeler hitting an upside that have nothing to do with Deebo. It's not to say that they won't ever take some of the scripted plays for each other, but as far as like the full ceiling range of outcomes, I don't think the correlation is too strong.
For sure. And the other thing too, that I think about with it, the reason we were talking about it with Barkley and Hurts or Lamar and Henry is because the draft capital you're having to spend at those positions. Like a really good example would be in weekly winners. I would almost for sure always steer away from that. Not wanting both those guys because I need to hit the 99th percentile outcome to cash in that format. And it's kind of similar in like Battle Royale on a weekly basis where I am trying to finish that high. But I think Deebo and Ekeler are also cheap enough, relatively speaking, that the negative correlation stuff, I think, wouldn't you agree, it like becomes less and less of an issue the cheaper the pieces get? Yeah,
absolutely. It becomes less of an issue where, yeah, you don't need them both to hit for your team to do really well. Honestly, if one hits and one busts, you're still pretty happy at those two costs. But there's plenty of outcomes where it's like one hits and one is just like fine. So I agree the cost is much different than you're taking a third rounder and a fifth rounder who are negatively correlated. And then you need them both to have league winning seasons. Like that becomes tough, especially in like a redraft setting as opposed to best ball where, you know, you really kind of want one guy to be the guy.
Yeah, and I could actually pull this up, but this is actually the late thing was actually what happened with Pat's winning Best Ball Mania team here, and I had the board handy because I was looking at it the other day. But you saw he built out this back stack with he had Raheem Mostert, Sony Michel on this, and at the time they were both on the Dolphins, and he ended up getting a win because Michel got traded. But it was this idea of hitting, you know, a double or a triple for the price of a couple singles, or the cost of, you know, something even cheaper than that as I mess up my baseball analogy. But I think you can kind of, you can play it through that angle cheap.
Yeah. And part of that's just realizing as you get deeper in the draft, the odds of each player hitting are so low to begin with, that it changes, you know, the dynamic that you're trying to create for sure.
One thing I
wanted
wanted
to,
with
like handcuffing running backs. You know, it's a little tougher to take Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet, like both ahead of ADP. I'm not saying they're undraftable together, but it's a little harder to like, if you really like Seattle and you want to take them each half round early, like that's tough. If you think like Jacksonville cuts out one of the three guys, so between Bigsby, Tuden, and Etienne, it's pretty justifiable to draft the other two on the same team together. I think in the ambiguous backfield, you generally are trying to make one bet on them. But like, if you are confident in, again, in like one of the three getting cut out, there's room for them both to pay off together at those costs.
Not to mention, there's also some of the contingent upside in the other direction. Like if you removed B-Rob, like if B-Rob got hurt, it's like Ekeler and Deebo would become like uber smashes at their ADPs. Yeah.
And that's kind of what I was getting at in terms of the correlation not affecting really like the range of outcomes. Like,
yeah,
it might affect a median outcome, but we're like not really playing for that median outcome. You know, they might eat into each other's stats on a normal week a little bit, but there's nothing Ekeler's doing that's going to, I think, prevent Deebo from hitting his ceiling and vice versa.
Since we have just a little bit extra time, I wanted to pull up an awesome article I read over the weekend on ETR by Jack Miller, The Power of the Market in Best Ball Mania. And I know, Leone, you had done some of this research in some of the early manifestos, and Jack kind of dug even deeper into how ADP value affects advance rate, both regular season, semifinal, final. Pretty illuminating results about how powerful ADP value is. I assume you've had a chance to look at this data and review this as well.
Yeah, I've looked at some of it, and I mean, we kind of see year in and year out just that like getting ADP value is really important. And I know people kind of dog on that, and some people will say it's because the people who are taking ADP values are the better drafters. I'm not, totally convinced that that's the case. But even just the real-time ADP value is super important, not just the closing line ADP value.
Yep. And you can see here some of these charts. It was almost like perfectly linear in how highest ADP value corresponded to higher advance rates. Bucket 1, 21.7%, 19.3, 17.9, 17.2, going all the way down to the lowest bucket had an advance rate of 13.5%. And then there was even an explanation too for teams that auto drafted, right, are going to always have a ton of ADP value as well. But then you'll see that their semifinal and final rates take a big hit because they don't have that correlation and the things that good drafters do to get through that part of it. So very compelling to not wave ADP values early in your draft, I'd say would be the major takeaway.
Yeah. And Jack did a good job breaking it down too by way more. He carved it up a lot more than I did, so you can see it by different positions and whatnot. And we did work together on the ADP values based on the updated draft capital methodology. So it does take into account ADP value earlier in your draft is going to be more important than ADP value later in your draft.
He also looked at it by month. And I don't think found anything concretely definitive. He said, I actually found the opposite of what I expected. The differences between buckets was larger in April, May, and June and smaller in July and August, which was interesting. Yeah,
you would think particularly for the real-time ADP value that it would just matter a lot more closer to the start of the season when the market is most efficient. So if people tell you ADP value doesn't matter, drafting now, they're lying. It still matters.
And I think too, the thing for me I think most people understand traditionally, if you respect the market and you're getting ADP value, you're getting a better player at the pick than you normally would. I think most people understand that, but we also talk about combos a lot. And when players slip past ADP, you're almost always getting more unique combos than a traditional draft would present. And the fact that you can almost have your cake and eat it too, unique combos and better players, it makes sense to me why that would supercharge advance rates more than not respecting ADP or reaching for unique combos.
Yeah, look at Willis in today's draft. We almost did the Burrow thing, but he does it. He gets Jaden Daniels 7 picks past ADP, and then he gets Joe Burrow, a stacked Joe Burrow around past ADP roughly. So that's something where, no, you generally don't want to devote that much capital to the quarterback position. But now you're doing it in a correlated fashion with ADP values on both those guys. No one's out there has that team, and that's where I really like to get creative and make things work. I think people think the way I draft's boring, but I think it's actually more exciting to be open to taking those ADP values and then figuring out how you can make it work, even if that means drafting Kyle Pitts as part of a 4 tight end build.
No, I'm the same as you. I've actually, reading that article, it's hard not to get recency bias influence, but all the pit bulls and stuff I was doing, just like almost auto top 5 values through, 5 rounds, and then in building from there. And then you do get into spots, right? Round 6, 7, like you have the Khalil Shakur versus, Matthew Golden type decisions at wide receiver. And what you've done early is probably going to impact those decisions in a way you shouldn't let ADP just blindly dictate it. But early on, you can get some really fun combos that you're not used to and get pushed into different builds that I enjoy mixing up.
Yeah, you actually end up with more extreme kind of risky builds doing it that way, as opposed to the alternative. There's just such an edge in being able to managing the combination of ADP value, correlation, and the general roster construction in terms of what you're allocating to each position, that for me, at least, I just think the edge there is so huge that like almost anyone, if they were patient and willing to do these things, could really churn out an extremely high quality set of however many teams they're drafting, that it's not worth risking that edge that is so solidified and so clear to be able to say, oh, wow, this player's undervalued. I have 60% of them. And it's like, maybe you could undo your entire edge with just one really hard stance. That's like, I think a lot less likely to materialize than it is that you're going to construct these really well drafted, high value teams that are a little bit unique.
It's also worth mentioning the caveat. I assume most hardcore best ball players know this, but this is removed from, there's an injury or the Jonnu Smith thing from today where his value specifically changed. The ADP is not going to catch up. Him sliding 20 picks past ADP today is not helpful relative to the type of, ADP values we're talking about. And Tyler makes a good point too about why the late fallers might not be showing up as corresponding to a higher advance rate, because a lot of times they're players we want to avoid after getting new information late in the season and they don't fall enough in time because of this dynamic of like, there's going to be idiots like me whose computer crashes who take Jonnu Smith at his not true value. And so the lag for ADP catching up, it's probably going to take 2 weeks for Jonnu to get to like a reasonable point.
Yeah. And to that point, like, the people getting ADP value late in the season, it might be a lot more of those cases where you're really just trying to avoid the guy. Whereas ADP value now, if you're in rooms where everyone just kind of thinks they're smarter than the ADP, you're much more likely to get like a super meaningful ADP drop, which is just like, hey, this player shouldn't be available at this point in the draft. Even if I don't particularly love the player, like you have to sort of acknowledge the value proposition in front of you.
And I will say, like, on the other end of this spectrum is, last year during this draft slot, I was drafting with Sean Siegel, who has a very like both unique and contrarian set of rankings that like encompass like his worldview of fantasy football. And he doesn't care about ADP value, but he does care about rankings value. And so for him, it is still trying to get value, but it's through his own prism of how the pool is valued. I don't trust myself enough to be able to have that like holistic viewpoint to thumb my nose at the market. But I do think if you're working off of a ranking set you really trust, or you have some special sauce, or you're better about evaluating players than anyone else, then you should prioritize that advantage over the market.
Yeah, 100%. And, with the solver draft assistant that we have the sliders to kind of like help the scores rely on both your ranking set and ADP, and whichever one you have more faith in, you can slide more. But I enjoy using that a lot because even though I know the ETR ranks, and I obviously trust the ETR ranks and have for years, even knowing they bake in ADP a little bit, I still bake it in further. So when I use the draft assistant, I'm not like 100% onto our ranks. I'm more like 50-50 still, being willing to take those ADP values. And there's things like you've mentioned that are associated with ADP value that have nothing to do with like the pure ranking of the player in terms of like the unique builds and whatnot.
And you've also talked about how just tweaking a single input or two, or like you assign a little bit more target share or whatever, how that can jumble up the ranks in a big way and how close a lot of those players are. So the same thing, we might look at a rank, and if you're just blindly following it, you have 100% of one guy where you might say like the range you know, this is why tiers are so important, but you're like, he has like maybe a 60% chance of outscoring this guy below, but you might end up with 100% of that guy if you just always blindly follow the ranks. So using ADP fallers is kind of an elegant way to even balance that out of like, I'm going to get my exposure to the close one when they're cheaper. And then maybe you get closer to that like equilibrium that you'd actually be shooting for.
Also, if you go to our room, you know, a lot of it too is like the probability of who you might get next. So you get in a situation like us where we're chasing wide receiver a little bit. Our ranks have Keon Coleman, you know, like ahead of Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
But we know we need to stack a bunch of wide receiver picks in a row. So going with the ADP value on Higgins lets us get both those guys. If we take Coleman there, you know, maybe we don't get Higgins coming back, or at least the odds of getting him are reduced coming back. So I think it's particularly important when you end up in spots where you know you are behind at a specific position and you're going to have to draft that position for like 4 out of the next 6 rounds or something. Because if you reach on that first guy, you've just taken away a chance to get really lucky, because you're weak at that position probably if you're drafting 4 in a row. So you kind of want to give yourself a chance to be really lucky and end up actually like not weak at that position. So sometimes in those spots I go like really heavily towards ADP value, and I know I'm in that like very specific part of the draft.
I dropped that in the chat. If you guys want to look it up, it's, I believe, the first article on the ETR homepage now. It's called The Power of the Market in Best Ball Mania. Highly recommend reading that. Leone, anything else you want people to check out or know about before we bring on RotoPat here?
Just, check out the Solver Draft Assistant. I think it's super useful. I mentioned some of the sliders too, so it's not like you're stuck looking at the same thing as everyone else. You can kind of tweak it. You can look up week 15 correlation if you want to. We have some defaults in there that are good, but it's still fun to play with. So yeah, check that out.
All right, Leone, we will see you next week on Best Ball Breakfast. And now it's time to bring to the stage one Mr. RotoPat. I feel like we normally get together for one or two of these during the year. Looking good today. How are we doing, Pat?
Thank you. It's time to get the real best ball expert on the stream is what I would say.
Right.
And I hear Leone talking and I'm like, sure, everything he says is smarter and more sensible than the approaches I use in best ball. But then what if, I just don't do any of that and I peak at 7th place and I never qualify, for one final ever. We're still working on qualifying for a final in this household, but it will be done one of these decades.
Well, didn't you tell me though you've qualified for the all vibes-based final 7 straight years in a row?
Exactly. And this year too, with the power of AI. Listen, I know it's been pretty controversial in our little neck of the woods. I do have my own proprietary RotoPat AI model that will never be released to the public. I can't tell you any of the inputs into it, but we're feeling very good about, I'll tell one thing. Best ball, you got to get contrarian. You got to think outside the box. I'm feeling very good about the proprietary RotoPat AI for Browns quarterback build. And,
okay.
It's going to take us to the promised land, I think, the 4 Browns QB build. Feeling very good about it in 2025. We
just did a 4 tight end build with Leone, so following that up with a 4 Browns quarterback build could definitely break this stream again today. I do have to ask you, can you address the allegations that NBC Rotoworld is developing a Denny Carter AI agent where you have trained it on thousands of blue sky posts and are looking to replace him with said agent?
Well, I can't say they're allegations because it's true. So yeah, it's not an allegation if it's openly true. The press release is coming. I thought maybe this morning, probably tomorrow it appears. But Denny, let's be real. Denny, the easiest person in the world ever. Just, whatever the latest fruit or vegetable I'm eating only. And then, of course, Spirit Halloween in my yard. My deck is, I swear to God, it's not the biggest deck in all of Maryland. It's a pretty easy assignment for the AI, I must admit.
Seriously. Although I feel like his AI agent would also somehow have a big metaverse deck as well. I think that would be part of the deal.
That's true. Denny would do very well in the metaverse. He would thrive in the metaverse. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't one of the people like, guys, let's get the metaverse trending. And I love my little Sims people. They're all very nice to each other.
I'm just picturing Denny like hooked up in one of the Matrix pods, and instead of just like injecting IVs for fluids in him, he just has like this little Pez dispenser with chickpeas that just like every hour give him another one for sustenance.
And the whole time we've been ripping about Denny, by the way, I've been picturing Denny for some reason as a me from the Wii, if you guys remember those. The old me avatars. Like Denny's face, I guess it's because, he always jokes about he looks like every white guy. Denny's face, to me, like lends itself to the me avatar more than any almost face I've ever seen. So I wanted a digital immortal Denny me avatar to outlive us all at some point.
I guess aside from the bits, like what is the thought? I mean, with the AI conversation and content and all of that stuff, like are those conversations you guys have had internally? I'm sure there's someone who said, what if we had AI write these news blurbs? Has that come up?
Not at NBC, thankfully. I can't say what will happen in the future. Thankfully, NBC, I mean this in a truly positive way, doesn't just like trend chase, like chasing its own tail. Like, I know I read AI in an Economist article. I have no idea what it is or what it does or how it might work for us, but let's get on it. Let's do it. It's not really how things work here, thankfully.
I don't remember a roto blockchain period from you guys over there.
nor a roto metaverse. Although I pitched that endlessly and it was shot down.
Yes. Well, good to know that we can still get a dose of human humor in our blurbs. Speaking of news today, what's the official RotoPat take on this Jonnu Smith trade?
It's over.
For who?
Pretty rare, I feel like, for a fantasy trade involving a skill player, for like no one to have increased value on either team. But it's kind of like, who has the increased value on the Dolphins? I guess maybe Max Meyer, if they acquire him via trade at some point in the future. But not good for Muth. Certainly not good for Jonnu. We wanted him in the scam system. Now he's going to anything. But I guess the only good news is we tend to we forget, people forget that the Jonnu assance did actually begin with Arthur Smith and not Mike McDaniel. Very easily one big beautiful trade. Very easy for Mike McDaniel to get like stolen valor on reviving Jonnu. It was art, but it's like, where are the targets? 12 personnel, I guess. I don't know. Like the lowest attempts offense, probably the slowest offense. It's over for Jonnu. It's over.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. I mean, we were talking with Leone and they did up the value on the Dolphins guys, but all of the Steelers.
Dolphins guys, even with Jalen Waddle and Tyreek, it's like, could they really get more targets? I guess maybe Achane is the one where I would be really bullish about more targets, but they were all already getting so many targets. And it was almost like Jonnu last year. He didn't take targets from anyone. It was more like, it was after Tua came back and they went to just get the ball out at all costs offense. And it's almost like they were new targets. I guess in theory, those new targets will remain and have to trickle down to someone. But it's like, I guess Tyreek or Waddle could get the ball more, but they already got so many targets. I guess Waddle's target's been tailing off a bit.
I don't mind this take. John says, I feel like it just removes McDaniel's temptation to overuse the tight end. It's like when a team loses their starting running back and they're like, now we have to throw. And it's like, that might actually be good for you.
Yes. No, addition by subtraction is very real for some coaches where sometimes in the NFL, you just have to get the guy off the team. Where like if an AI was running the offense, they would be able to sensibly utilize this player. But you're not AI, you're a human, and you're going to give Jonnu Smith far too many targets. So you just have to get him off the team so you actually get to the ball to your elite wide receivers.
All right, Pat, it's time to flex those vibes in a Best Ball Mania draft. This is my 55th of the year. Wouldn't want to be sharing it with anyone else other than you or maybe Metaverse Denny. We got the 1-3 here, which by ADP is looking at a guy like Barkley or Robinson. You got any early round one hot takes here for us?
Not really. I mean, CeeDee Lamb as a top 5 overall player is very interesting. But I looked very powerfully into it in my Cowboys team preview last week, and I still approve. I couldn't poke any holes in the argument. Do you want to fall back on like boomer logic and just be like, well, Saquon can't do it again?
Well, he already went.
Oh, he did? I'm looking at no, take Justin Jefferson, even with JJ McCarthy not being good.
I love that. A ringing endorsement of our first round pick. We're going to take Justin Jefferson, even though JJ McCarthy sucks. A lot of people think he's going to be good. How do you know he sucks?
Well, because I'm going to steal Denny's point I'm not loving that by far. Like the most typical comment coming out of Vikings offseason practice is all the Vikings skill players be like, we heard some stuff. JJ's arm's fine though. Actually, like it's actually totally fine. I don't know like what you heard or read in the paper, but it's fine. And like the damning with faint praise comes to mind for everything the Viking skill players been saying about JJ McCarthy. Again, we've been beating the drum on attempts being a quarterback stat. Didn't really ever throw the ball at Michigan. And Harbaugh, who we thought was never going to throw the ball again, then instantly threw the ball again in the NFL last year with Justin Herbert. I just don't know on the young man. I feel like if he hadn't tested so well, if he hadn't been such a good athlete, like the JJ McCarthy discourse would have focused so much more on, he threw the ball 18 times per game in college. And that, I don't know, I just feel mysterious vibes. Understandably so, I guess, for the guy who's never played in JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're actually hoping for is that we get the last year, Nick Mullins comes in and Jefferson is still good with him. Now you're just like, I actually want it to be Sam Howell because I don't like McCarthy.
That is too. That pokes the big hole in the JJ McCarthy argument. We talk about this on our show too. We're like, we were psyched in 2023, like, oh hell yeah, Nick Mullins start. Like 40 attempts doesn't matter. Like I don't care if he's good at all. It's KOC. It just literally does not matter who's at quarterback. I guess
there you go.
A bit of a hole in my argument.
Yes, if it's KOC, then I'm in. We started Justin Jefferson. Have you been participating in any of the best balls? Have you been doing some industry drafts? Where you been at so far?
I haven't done one since like May 15th. It's a classic on the list. Like every day, like, oh man, I should do a Bbmvi. That's 9 in Roman numerals.
You guys got to get him back going on the Good Football Show. Those are always my favorite when like you bring Kerrane on for a reunion and then you guys all have some fun debates.
Well, we got something special in the works, I think, in a week or two here. So just you wait.
Okay. The to-do list is finally getting some attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. We're about to pick here at 210. Bucky, Rashee Rice, T. Higgins, Josh Jacobs, McBride. This is kind of this amorphous tier of players. Pick your RotoPat flavor. Bucky Irving goes here.
Bucky was going to be the call. This because I despite getting labeled as a conservative drafter, I have shiny new toy syndrome a lot. But boy, was he shiny last year. Do you like Rashee Rice?
Don't ask me. I do not want to editorialize. I want you to make the pick and then me to say, God damn it, Pat, what an awful decision.
Do Rashee Rice. Stay on ADP. Do Rashee Rice.
Look at you, just a slave to ADP. I thought I was done with that with Leone, and now I just have another one of you robots here.
Nope, yep, I'm an ADP robot. Rashee Rice, what do they say on a RotoWorld? Are you going to play week 1? I think
can I admit something here? I am more scared about Rashee Rice than my peers. I feel like I'm looking around and like I've been like too quiet to speak up or whatever. But we're now doing Rashee Rice. He went ahead of Brock Bowers in the first draft I did this morning, and I know we just drafted him. But I just do want to say I'm a little worried about Rashee Rice's price these days.
That's good. I will say, kidding aside, the latest reports, I mean, he is going to be ready apparently. So I guess we have that going for us. But yeah, only in best ball, and especially only in like May and June best ball, can someone who didn't play and suffered a devastating knee injury have their ADP skyrocket the following spring?
And they added a veteran who was also dealing with injuries. They had a rookie breaking out,
yes.
Anyways, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison, Chase Brown, Devontae Adams, McLaurin, Jason. Anything you like here?
Gosh, not really. Gosh, that's the thing. I don't like any players this year at all. How far off ADP do you go ever? I'm okay timing out into Trey McBride if this happens, by the way.
I was just going to call Underdog and see if we could forfeit this pick because we didn't like anyone in this range.
Like anyone. We timed out into Trey, which it's fine. He's going to score a touchdown. Oh, but I should have let you make the call, by the way. They'll put him
No, they said they can't actually have us not have a pick in the system that it would mess up the entire thing.
What did Leone's projections say for Trey McBride? I'm assuming it's more than 0.7 touchdowns, right?
Yeah, I believe I think ETR is ahead of market on PPR. Like on DraftKings, they have Bowers and McBride ahead. I think they're like right around ADP in here. I like getting McBride at a value. One of the things that happens is because everyone's so week 17 pilled in the Cardinals play the Bengals, a lot of times the Jamar Chase drafter or Higgins drafter takes them. So I often don't get McBride at this price. So Jefferson, Rashee Rice, McBride, we can work with that.
This may shock you. I quite literally know 0 of the week 17 matchups. So if you want to inject any week 17 logic into your 55th draft year, it's going to have to be all via you. Not me.
Look at this. Let me see here. Are there any matchups you're curious about knowing who's playing each other? Because I could do my favorite party trick when my wife takes me somewhere where I say, hey, want to quiz me on week 17 NFL matchups?
It's the people who are putting the players who are putting best ballers over the top are always the most annoying players in the league. It definitely seems like Jared Goff season. So who are the Lions playing in week 17?
Guess what? What if I told you Jared Goff is playing against our first round pick in week 17? RotoPat, would that interest you?
Please. Oh, hell yes. Please. So we'll get McCarthy. We'll get Goff. We'll get Goff first, obviously. And then I've never advanced to a final. I think we don't even need to play the regular season. You can just simulate to the final if we have a Goff and McCarthy team. So that does seem like where we're headed. Forget playing out the season. Let's just sim to finish and just see who's team sim the best. To finish, turn off injuries. That'd be good for Rashee Rice. And,
yes, and make sure that chickpea is doled into my mouth at every 10-minute clip.
Earlier, by the way, I was trying to filibuster. I could not remember what legume. How do you pronounce that? Is that what
legume?
Is? Legume is it?
I thought you were going to say leg up. I was like, Pat was already on.
I could not remember what legume Denny was into. I was grasping for the word chickpea, despite saying it every week on our show, basically.
Yeah, this is a good idea. So we have mnemonic devices to help us remember these.
I don't even want to know. I
want to tell you one.
All right.
Bow and arrow.
Oh my
Bow
gosh.
and arrow. What do you think that matchup is?
Well, I know now I'll never be able to forget who the Chiefs are hosting in week 17, and I wish I could. Yeah,
they work.
They work really well, stunningly.
I'll give you one more in honor of Kerrane, since we mentioned him. Drake's on a plane.
Oh my gosh. Well, I know it's the Patriots. I don't know part 2 of that one.
What teams are named after planes?
Oh my God, come on! I don't want to know. I don't want to know this.
You have to know. We're on the clock. James Cook, Xavier Worthy, if you want to go all in on Mahomes, Jamison Williams opposite Jefferson week 17, Courtland Sutton and bow and arrow.
Do JMO, because we're gonna get the Goff. Do JMO. Week 17, the correlation, the stack, we're doing it all.
I like how we went from literally 2.5 minutes ago, I don't know any of these, to take JMO, it correlates with Justin Jefferson.
I know. I can't believe you've come up with these devices. Like I'm taking a college final and I'm easily going to get an A now. I want to fail this exam.
You're offended that you're never going to forget this.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to fail this class for the first time in my life.
Do you want to know what darts and dice is?
Darts and dice. What is the dice part there?
Is there
I don't need it, see money. I don't need it.
Is there a city where it's very popular to play dice?
There's no way the Giants aren't playing the Raiders in week 17, right?
They sure are.
What?
You'll never forget it. Never forget it.
Darts and dice. Boy, what an awful game, by the way. My God. At least it's in a dome. But
at least it's in a dome. See, you already know that it's in a dome. All right, we're about to pick at 5-3. We got Jefferson, Rashee Rice, Jamison Williams, Trey McBride. RotoPat the Boomer comes on and they go 0 RB. Curious.
I was too afraid to say we should take Chase Brown earlier. By the way.
Too afraid.
There's no.
Don't be afraid.
I mean, how far ADP do you get? Can we go Kenneth Walker?
No, yeah, of course.
Do we want to go Hurts?
Your call. You want to go Ken Walker or Hurts?
My God. I hate Ken Walker. Actually, go to another receiver. Go Zay Flowers. Too late. Yeah, it's too late. We got Ken Walker. That's all right.
Oh, I thought I almost had it in time. It was
Who
close.
did we get? Did we get Ken?
Yeah, we got Ken, who you hate.
Whatever. It's over now. They you see how easily your audience goaded me into that, by the way? Like, doesn't Pat remember he's supposed to be taking running backs?
You're basically Donald Trump with how the last thing that's in your ear is what you want to do.
Yeah. Well, they said Ken Walker does seem like a pretty good idea.
I teach you week 17 correlation. You go Jameson Williams, and then the chat says you don't ever draft running backs. You go Kenneth Walker.
Oh my God, I need to do more. I need to develop more of a best ball spine. So after I get off the show, I need to do like 4 or 5 in a row.
The irony is they say the ADP slaves, like myself and Leone, we don't have a spine. We're just.
That's true.
Just
yeah. No, that's
Here's
true.
the thing, though, Pat. I want the vibes picks. I want you don't have to worry about impressing anyone. I mean, you still have a Christmas tree behind you right now, so we're beyond that.
Come on, that's a summer tree. That's and by the way, I know what that is. I definitely know what that plant is. It's been in my office for 6 years. I definitely know what kind of plant that is.
That's right. Draft with your chest. Let's see it.
By the way, best ball is the classic. What approach would ever satisfy the viewer, the listener? There's never an approach that actually satisfies them. Well, have fun donating money. And ADP, it's like, well, have fun having no fun. And what will ever satisfy the best ball viewer or listener is what I want to know.
Isn't that? I feel like that's a byproduct of just fantasy in general. Someone asks you a start-sit question and you answer, and then they start arguing the other side. And it's like, if you felt this way, why were you even asking me in the first place?
Because everyone is loaded. They always want to know. It's always a loaded question. And there's one they want you to say. And when you don't say it, they do take it as a signal to begin fighting with you.
Yes. Do you feel like, has that died down? Do you still get in season a ton, that's tailed off?
It has died down a little bit for sure. I used to get emails. I used to get so many ats, of course. I don't know why that has died down necessarily. Maybe the rise of even Yahoo now has pretty sophisticated matchup ratings and like AI suggestions. So I don't know if people just don't agonize as much as they used to. It has died down, I'll say.
Yeah, so you want to write a love letter to Grok and tell him thank you for taking a bunch of start-sit questions off your plate.
The woke Grok. Thank you so much, woke Grok, for taking all that work off our plate. Yes.
Yeah. My favorite was always when I would almost go to respond to one, and then I'd go to their page and see they asked the same question to 100 different analysts. I'm like, are there even this many analysts?
And they never somehow follow you. They know to at you, but they didn't follow you. They just Googled fantasy experts. And seeing if you're going to spam 100 people, at least follow them.
Yes, exactly. At least juice those numbers up a bit.
Get those stats up for me, please.
At least join the ranks of the million bots who follow me before you answer a question.
I was say a Pete bit idea, except for not a bit at all. You need to create the first woke best ball AI. All right. Create a woke best ball AI. Does woke mean you never draft a running back? I guess would that be woke best ball AI? So zero running back build.
Does the woke trickle into I'm never taking Aaron Rodgers or any problematic players?
Yes. So, it gets into to moral judgments on all the players, of course, even ones who've done nothing wrong.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, we're on the clock. Deebo, Jacoby Myers, Quinshon Judkins, Ricky Pearsall, Caleb Johnson, Laporta, Swift. Who's the vibes-based pick here?
A nightmare. This is an actual nightmare. I was going to say Swift, but you want to talk about we are never cashing ever in our life.
I'm putting the first mention in the queue. Any other suggestions?
No, it's over. I did officially just lose you money. I'm sorry. I'll Venmo you after the show. What's your Venmo? What's your Venmo?
At Davis Maddock.
So I'll send it to you after the show. I probably have your PayPal, actually. I'll send it to that if that's all right.
No, I like it. I have not gotten Swift recently, and you love him because that's the only reason you would have suggested.
I'll just say with Swift is that, I feel like we've focused on everything within the Bears skill core, except for the fact that they have no running backs other than DeAndre Swift. And that we know he wants to be at least partially run-based. He's coming from such an effective run offense that he orchestrated in Detroit. And DeAndre Swift, he is a first ballot between the 20s Hall of Famer. I just what is the better option that they have? Is what I would say.
Well, Ben Johnson is such a wizard that he might actually be able to convince the NFL that they don't need the red zone and that the Bears just get to play within the 20s.
That's true. Or they just never ever run inside the 20 and only pass.
We're back on the clock, and all the other players we were discussing are still here because we reached for DeAndre Swift. Is
Not
Deebo
Deebo,
too
not
fat?
Golden, not Reed. Do Shakir. Do Shakir.
Okay.
Do Shakir.
Okay. What is your issue with the Packers wide receivers?
Yeah, they've never been good ever. They've never once had a good wide receiver. It's become part of like the franchise identity. Like we can't have a good receiver. Like since it's like the Devontae Adams trade was almost like the curse of the Bambino for the Packers. They will never have another good wide receiver again. Matthew Golden, the worst first-round pick in the history of the NFL.
It did seem ominous when the offseason started for them with Josh Jacobs being like, God, we need a number 1 wide receiver. And then they went and drafted Matthew Golden, like the most non-wide receiver one first-round wide receiver of all time.
Of all time. And they're having like the full-blown identity crisis where I think last year they maybe were going to go more pass-heavy, that they were going to lean into Jordan Love as a playmaker. Then they got the week 1 injury. And then LaFleur just like was in hell yeah mode after the 2 Malik Willis starts. Like, hell yeah. You know what? That actually is our offense. And we're not going to be a high attempts, high volume passing attack. We're not going to be the Malik Willis offense, but we are no longer going to be the Jordan Love offense. And anytime too, they got like they were going to ramp it back up. He got hurt again. He played through it always. But I feel like they've had their faith shaken maybe a bit in Jordan.
Do you think in his deepest, darkest moments that LaFleur has had the thought, man, I wish Jordan Love didn't exist so I could just run a Malik Willis, Josh Jacobs
very
offense?
Deep, dark thought that, well, I don't want him to be dead, but I just wish he wasn't on the team. I just wish he wasn't on the team.
I hate that every time he gets out there, he's throwing like a 50-yard dart to one of the wide receivers and forcing me to actually have to pass.
Yeah, I hate that he's falling off his back foot and threading 40-yard dart down the field between 2 defenders. That's all. That's not real football. Malik Willis ball is real football.
Oh, man. All right, here's the team so far.
The team is awful.
No comment. Justin Jefferson, Rashee Rice, Trey McBride, Jameson Williams, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Khalil Shakir. You know what? Structurally, it's completely fine. The vibes, I would say, are high, but the vibes have not been high on a lot of the individual selections.
See, the vibes are heinous. Is the problem? I was brought on to draft a vibes-based team, and they are absolutely heinous.
The problem is you hate every player. I don't know if there's any players you like.
I know I'm living I'm living my podcast brand in real life here. Man, bad. Is there any good players in the NFL? Mahomes is pretty good.
Yeah, they say don't hate players, hate the ADP, but I actually just hate all the players.
I don't like any of them personally, to be honest. It's gotten very personal for me.
Do you know who the Bills play in Week 17, Pat?
Can you give me a device?
I sure can. Wings and cheesesteaks.
Oh my God! Well, that's like the biggest Week 17 game in the history of the league.
That's right.
Wow.
Do you love how quickly those mnemonic devices are hitting for you?
It is insane. It's very bad. It's disturbing. I just cycled back through and I remembered Patriots, Jets, and Chiefs, Broncos. I will not forget. I don't even know who they're playing in Week 1, which I need to know for my job, and I don't know it. And I know Week 7.
No, so you're saying if you work at RotoWorld, Week 1 is all that matters?
Oh yeah. No, it does matter a lot because you're doing so many looking ahead blurbs. Like he should be ready for Week 1 against so Week 1 matters from that perspective. Is that all July, all August? Like they just want to ready for Week 1 against the Raiders. Week 1 is important in that regard for sure as a blurber.
What is your over under? What week do you think Brandon Ayuk steps on the field and contributes for the Niners?
I don't know. How likely does it seem he's going to be on the PUP list right now? It seems fairly likely.
Yeah.
I'd say before Halloween, but after Columbus Day, in between, do they still do Columbus Day?
I like how I'm not going to get like a Week 6 or Week 7. I'm going to get holidays.
No, do they still do Columbus Day?
Yeah, I think probably before daylight savings time rolls back.
It will be before daylight savings time. I'll say that. It'll be before daylight savings.
Okay. Guess what here? You have some choices for stacked quarterbacks. Mahomes is here with Rashee Rice. Kyler is here with McBride. You could also push it if you wanted to. Jalen Warren is here.
Make the vibes as toxic as humanly possible. Go Mahomes. Go Mahomes.
Wow. Okay. All right.
And who are we going to get later? Can we get Noah Gray?
He is free in the 18th round if you would like him.
They're going to reacquire who's that? Who was the receiver that we all hated that he passed to all the time? He's
Juju
gone.
Smith-Schuster,
No, not Juju. I'm trying to not describe him a certain way.
Justin Watson.
Yeah. I was just come up the white guy. The white.
You didn't want to say he was white.
I was trying to think of anything other than the one receiver that we the guy who was really good.
So here's the question: when it comes back around, assuming Kyler's here, would you rather like do 2 quarterbacks and basically shut it down at quarterback with Kyler stacked up with McBride,
God, no.
or would you rather double stack Mahomes with Taylor Swift's boyfriend?
Wow, man, we had such high tight end capital. So I guess if we take the Swifty, we're not drafting a 3rd tight end, I assume, right?
Yeah, we'd probably be done at tight end as well. Yeah, if we
I would say Kelsey or the Kerrane legend, the first ballot Kerrane Hall of Famer, Jalen Warren is what I would
Wow.
say.
Okay, so pass on Kyler. Too short for this team.
Oh, yeah, Kyler he's on my do not draft list. The ADP does not matter. Mnemonic devices do not matter. Nothing matters. Kyler's on the do not draft.
Okay, Kyler's on the do not draft list. Do you know that Jalen Warren plays in the Turd Bowl in Week 17?
No, okay. Do Kelsey, by the way. Mahomes will take us to glory. We have a full stack. The ramping. Every report is like they might throw deep sometimes again. And like,
does that factor into Travis Kelce's game getting deep?
It does. Well, it does because Kelsey can't get open anymore. So they need the deep guys are going to actually clear space in the middle of the field again. Kelsey, the yards per catch will be a Jason Wittonian 8.2, but he's going to do it 97 times. And so,
I like it.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, the haters will say that, Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce might cannibalize each other's production over the middle of the field.
When have the haters ever been right except for always?
The key is to get out in front of the haters and acknowledge their truth before they can say it, and then it de-weaponizes the power of their words.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This team's terrible, but that's fine.
Yes. Charlie, thank you for the audio listeners. I will give an update. I will say RotoPat dislikes this team more than the chat. We've gotten some comments. This team is unironically sick. It really is not that bad.
It's really not that bad. That's good. Thank you, C Money.
Audio listeners, we have Patrick Mahomes as a value as well. Let out an awoo for that, Pat.
Right. Hell yeah. Awoo.
We have Kenneth Walker and DeAndre Swift, both panic running back clicks ahead of ADP because the chat bullied.
Hold on, they were both ahead of ADP. I know Swift was. Oh God, yeah, Walker definitely was too.
We have Justin Jefferson, who plays opposite Jared Goff in Week 17. We have Rashee Rice, we have Jamison Williams, we have Khalil Shakur, and we have 2 tight ends, Trey McBride, Travis Kelce. All this team is missing is Justin Watson at this point.
Have you ever drafted 2 tight ends this early?
I think
I guess you've done everything at least once. But
I've done everything at least once, man. That is on my tombstone. Yeah, I think occasionally, like if you do like a Bowers and then you get a value on an Andrews or Kelce type, I'm not opposed to it.
All right, I guess that's not totally ruinous. But yeah, now we don't get to take any of the fun. Tight end, too. This is like first year in a long time where I feel like you could say tight end is deep. And
it is.
Now
we don't get to take advantage of it.
Early. Yeah.
All right, let's dial in here. Let's figure out what we're looking at here. Evan Ingram looking like a nice.
The tight ends are looking real good. Do we want Goff or do we want to wait for McCarthy?
That's your choice. Yeah, because I think we could, if we have a player we like ahead, we could see which one of Goff or McCarthy come back to us.
That's true. The problem is we really like the tight ends here. We don't like Christian Kirk.
Do you like Marvin Mims, bow and arrow, Week 17, Ramondre, Javonte, or do you want to just grab
Ramondre? Would be so on brand for our running back core, but no, I think Goff, live our truth. As you said earlier, we have to live our truth. All right.
Yes. I can't get out of my head that apparently JJ, our friend late round QB, has a very Trumpian nickname for Goff called Grandma Goff. And now every time I see him, I think Grandma Goff. I can't get it out of my head. Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, cannot. He could be Sleepy Jared. He does always look very sleepy.
That's right. So we have a 2-2-4-2 build here.
Listen,
we might need to start drafting running backs and wide receivers.
I'm not proud of it. I know that the quickest way to advance in best ball is to use heavy early draft capital on tight end and quarterback. This is what I'm always telling people.
We march to the beat of our own drum around here, and you'll notice, we could just rip it in on the Chiefs with Hollywood Brown. We could also do Dobbins, as Jake suggests, opposite in week 17. There's also all these running backs here. This probably should be a running back pick.
Do Ramondre. He's in the DeAndre Swift twilight zone. He's a perfect pick for this team. Like another guy who kind of sucks, whose workload is definitely up in the air. He's not good, but he's probably still the starter. We need him on our team.
And it's also because you now know that you need to correlate him with some Jets because of the famous Drake's on a plane. Ramondre's on a plane too.
Bashal Tootin, is going right behind Ramondre Stevenson. It's an interesting.
The chat, I mean, Tootin, toot. People are very excited about Tootin, myself included. So be careful what you say about Bashal.
It's never been more over, apparently, that we did not get Tootin. According to your chat. So
what was the funny ETN quote where they're like, ETN's doing some great things for us? Like it was basically like he's in the driver's seat of the back seat was essentially the quote.
He's riding. I was about to say, speaking of unwoke, I was about to use a term for the middle that I'm assuming is not used anymore.
What is that term?
Do you not did you ride in cars growing up? Do you remember what they called the middle seat?
The middle seat?
Do you
what was it, like the bastard stepchild seat or something?
Just look up what they called the middle. It starts with a B.
We're 3 hours and 35 minutes into this show. I don't think we can get
let's just say I'm not going to say the word.
But yes, right. Yeah.
When you were claiming seats in the car, you would say not, and then there'd be a certain word.
I've said it. It's writing bitch. I remember.
All right. Hey, you say not bitch, and you're not in the middle then.
Okay, when we isolate the clip, just have the Pat saying not bitch and not me, and we will cancel him and not me. Thank you.
Definitely wish I hadn't said
that. When the NBC AI servers get done scraping this show, you are in big trouble.
It's gonna be bad.
The woke mob is finally taking down RotoPat.
Listen, you got to call it something. You're not going to pretend like it's a good seat.
You think I'm going to use a 2-syllable word like middle?
Yeah, exactly. You cannot give it that kind of respect.
Okay, here we go. Let's dial in. We got a 2-3-4-2 build. Some are saying that we might need more running backs and wide receivers. They could be correct. Jaden Blue, Jack Besh, Cedric Tillman, Quentin Johnston, Xavier Legette, Tyler Algier, Joshua Palmer. What strikes your fancy?
Really wishing we had hit a receiver earlier. It felt like all we were taking were receivers. Then we stopped. And I like Jack Besh. I'll be honest. Although I think the Rotoworld reports on him have not been glowing of late.
I have like one vendetta against a player in the entire pool, and it's Jack Besh. But if you want me to click Jack Besh,
you have to. Why stray from ADP? And we need a receiver. So yeah,
let the record show that RotoPat was 1, the person who selected we draft Jack Besh, and 2, he's the one that said bitch seat. I just want that completely clear. I had nothing to do with essentially the last 5 minutes of this show. What do you think of the accusation that Rotoworld is a Jack Besh thing?
that actually, I feel like we've had an abnormal amount of Jack Besh words. I'm not gonna lie. The best.
Now we're sitting in the best seat.
The best seat is the best seat. You see, that's the best seat.
Oh my god!
Seat. So we're riding Besh. This is great. We're gonna
love drafting Dante Thornton's backup wide receiver at pick 142.
I know. I believe that was the tenor of one of our blurbs recently.
Okay. 2-3-5-2. Let's see here. Jaden Blue, Tillman, Quentin Johnson, Joshua Palmer, Austin Ekeler, friend of the community, Romeo Dobbs, Tank Bigsby. What do you like?
It's blue season. It is blue season.
Wow. This seems like a very anti-RotoPat brand thing, the like overhyped rookie. But is this sell me on blue for you?
Well, overhyped rookie. And again, I've made this point on our show a few times. The only person ever to elicit any emotions from me whatsoever in college fantasy football, because I normally don't really like my college team. Like I try to stay on top of it, but I'm not like a college fantasy grinder. I do a league every year though. And the Texas starter got hurt last year. And everyone, we had Jaden Blue. I co-managed my team, and everyone's like, dude, like this is like a league winning type thing. Like you guys just lucked into Jaden, and then he did absolutely nothing. He was terrible. And I do hold a college fantasy vendetta against Jaden Blue, but he's the only guy that does anything even remotely cool in the Cowboys backfield is kind of what I come back to. A pretty decent real life draft capital for a running back. Very easy competition. And I'm just leaning on, he's the only Cowboy who has any traits whatsoever that I like in the backfield. And that's why we're taking Jaden Blue.
This is what I think if I'm putting together, if I had Grok summarize RotoPat's drafting styles, I would say he wants the boring players early.
Yes.
You know, we had some DeAndre but then once he gets to like round 12, he really starts to let his hair down. Bash, Jaden Blue, just throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah, that's true. Because that is an annoying thing about fantasy football is that you basically have to just make 10 upside picks in a row to end your draft. Like you have to like invest in like so much 0.0 downside. But if you've been in the league longer than 2 years, you have 0 upside after round like 7 or 8. And so you just have to go to, I don't know, maybe 3 guys will get hurt and Jack Besh will actually the way you have to do it.
That is what every Jack Besh drafter, that's the story they tell themselves. They're like,
it's true. People get hurt all the time in football.
Yeah. I mean, what if Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers, and Dante Thorne and Trey Tucker were at a craps table? There was an accident and a roulette wheel fell on all of their legs simultaneously. Exactly. Then Jack Besh at 142 could make some sense.
Yeah, Jack Besh was very responsible. He was not at the casino.
He's a
young man with a head on his shoulders. And yeah, he's at home.
That's how do you think players, Las Vegas players, Raiders players gamble at a higher rate than the average NFL player because of their proximity?
Because I'm assuming a lot of them live in like casino penthouses too. Like where are you going to get like a nice penthouse in Vegas that's always on like the 30th floor of like one of these casino hotels? So there's no way. That's a true law of averages situation where I think you do have to just go with the law of averages and they're gambling.
That has to be, those like you got like the NFLPA and they have those like media management coaches for all these guys. You got to imagine that's like their worst nightmare. It's just like, man, Jack Besh just moved into the penthouse at the Palms.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
The Palms still exist?
I don't know. It felt like a very old school
it is
casino reference. I didn't want to say like Wynn or Cosmo or something.
No, I know. It's also brand the MGM. They're all very anodyne branded names now. No.
What is your casino game of choice?
Well, I'm not good at any of them. It would be poker, but if I played poker at a casino, which I have never done, I've played a lot of poker in my life, never at a casino, not even a joke. Like the odds I'd be there longer than 20 minutes are basically 0%.
Okay.
And that's despite being a conservative player. I would just bleed blinds. Like I would never pre-flop raise. I would just bleed my blind. I would never make any impact on the game whatsoever. And I'd be gone after 20 minutes. All right.
I put some wide receivers in the queue. Michael Wilson with we don't have Kyler, but he's on the team. We could do Jalen McMillan, Adam Thielen, Alex.
I like Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
Except for it's apparently never been more over for anyone ever than Jalen McMillan.
I like Jalen McMillan despite it being incredibly over for him.
It's truly never been more over for a player. It was all about fluky touchdowns, but I love him. I absolutely love him.
Yes. Here's the thing. What if lightning does strike in the same spot twice? Then we're cooking.
We are cooking with gas then. No offense to Chris Godwin, but what if Chris Godwin gets struck by lightning in the same place that he got hurt? Then it's on.
What if Chris Godwin is at that, roulette table with all of the Raiders players and is part of that devastating accident that boosts Jack Besh and Jalen McMillan?
The Bucs are on bye that week. Godwin is out in Vegas. It's pretty straightforward, actually.
It is. Let's look at running backs and wide receivers. Braylon Allen, Alec Pierce, Michael Wilson, Chubb, Miles Sanders, Shipley, Hopkins, De'Ami Brown. Any names interesting to you?
For some reason, I wanted to say Pierce.
That's fine.
Pierce is the one that came to me. Pierce is like the quintessential better in best ball. Not with Daniel Jones, of course, who will never once throw to him. So it's never been more over from that perspective. But someone who can score a 60-yard, demonstrated ability to score a 60-yard touchdown, I like adding that to our team. at this stage of the draft.
The goal of this show is to damn this team to success with the faintest of praise. That is the goal. If we
that was always going to be the fate of this team, by the way. That was always going to be this team's outcome. We were it's
Matt Nova says RotoPat has not said a positive thing about any of his draft picks since like round 5. He seems visibly pained whenever I read off names of who's available.
Yeah, I really like that every time we draft someone, I'm wincing.
Like the way you respond, it's like you think I'm going to say like, oh yeah, here in the 15th, Jahmyr Gibbs. Like you're going to be Pat, the players get worse as the draft progresses.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down real quick. Players get worse.
Should regurgitate that on the next Roto.
Yeah. So guys, I've been drafting a lot lately, Denny and Kyle, and I heard something pretty interesting on another podcast. The players get worse as the draft goes on. Did you guys hear about this? You guys know about this?
Here's the team so far. Let's center ourselves here before these final 3 picks. We got Patrick Mahomes and Jared Goff. We got Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Ramondre Stevenson, and Jaden Blue. We got Justin Jefferson, Rashee Rice, Jameson Williams, Khalil Shakur, Jack Best, Jalen McMillan, Alec Pierce, and Trey McBride and Travis Kelce. We're doing fine.
We actually are doing fine. Hearing it read out like that, we're doing pretty fine. We need the Chiefs to revive a bit. We need the Chiefs patient to revive. We really, really need like an all-time great Jason Witten season from Travis Kelce too. That would be very, very nice.
Yes, we need the graphics of him with the riding lawnmower in the New Balances.
yes, the JJ. What is, by the way, there was a mnemonic I wanted to know. The Cardinals one. Who are the Cardinals playing in Week 17?
So the Cardinals are playing. I mentioned, Trey McBride often goes to the Jamar Chase and T Higgins there.
Oh, wow, that's right.
And right. It's so funny because that was the first one everybody had memorized that I don't even remember what the mnemonic was for it. I just know it in my.
It's just so internalized at this point. You don't even need the mnemonic anymore.
Someone tell me what the Chiefs and Bengals mnemonic was.
I don't need it. It's just clearly Chiefs Bengals. The mnemonic is that you never forget it.
Yeah, there were some good ones. It was something that involved. Call of Duty was a good one. A Kyler T Higgins mashup. Yes, Call of Duty. You'll never forget that.
No, you will not.
Also, I do want to highlight this comment. Jack Best, Jaden Blue, Jalen McMillan, the ultimate series of they would be good if they were to healthy scratch.
Come on, man.
No one takes zeros in more style than us.
Oh no. And Jaden Blue, he's not Jaden Blue. You heard it here first. Will go 0 of 17 on healthy scratches. Not a single health. Sure, that's because he's going to miss 9 games with injury because he's 5'9", 190 pounds. But there will be 0 healthy scratches for Jaden Blue.
That's the kind of clip that gets timestamped, and you forget that Jerry Jones is going to wake up in a fever dream and be like, "We need to install Deuce Vaughn as our starting running back."
Or someone gets cut in training camp, and finally they answered all of Jerry's prayers. Like, man, we never thought the Chargers would cut Najee Harris.
Yeah, they're like, Jaden Blue does look pretty fast out there, but do you know what he doesn't do? Things Hunter Lupke does for us.
Is Deuce Vaughn still on the roster, by the way?
I think so. Wasn't he a Nepo draft?
He was. I finally cut him loose in Dynasty earlier this offseason.
Wow.
That was a sad moment. That was like a Viking funeral, the boat sailing out into the sea.
Did you pretend like he was like Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder and just kind of flick him off?
Oh, come on. Come on, man. That's not a good sign.
Mr. Bitch, she didn't like my Jiminy Cricket hype joke.
Yeah, come on, yeah, man. That's offensive.
We're on the clock. We should probably go running backs here. Chubb, Sanders, Justice Hill, Jarquez Hunter, Marshawn Lloyd, Dylan Sampson, Brashard Smith.
Well, I wanted to say Sampson, but
I love Sampson. You're not going to get any pushback from me.
Or Miles. Do Sampson for now. Do someone actually fun. Do Sampson. Yeah.
All right. You sure you don't want to corner the Cowboys backfield with
I am. Sanders? I did think about it. I was thinking about it, but I think they're going to be 1-2. I think they're going to be 1-2. You heard it here first.
What do you think positionally? We got a 2-5-7-2. I think. Do you want to stack up Aaron Rodgers opposite Dylan Sampson? Are there any other quarterbacks? Are you done?
We could do it. Well, I don't know. We got 2 17-game starters. I feel like Mahomes and Goff never miss time. But if we want more best ball options, hashtag better in best ball.
I think we're good. I mean, you could twist my arm on Sam Darnold and Kenneth Walker. You know, those little check downs, just Kenneth
That's
Walker
true.
housing those.
That's appealing when you put it that way.
I think, yeah, it's basically either. I think we should do. We could go 6 running backs and 8 wide receivers and just stay with our 2 quarterbacks and 2 tight ends.
Yeah, I'd say we stay with the 2 quarterbacks and go with the rare 2 QB mono threat best ball team. We have only 2 quarterbacks. Neither of them run at all. And that's how you get to the promised land in best ball.
Let's do you want Miles Sanders, Deontay Thornton, Calvin Austin, Jarquez Hunter, Marshawn
we could handcuff Jack Besh with Deontay Thornton.
I don't
do Miles Sanders. Do Miles Sanders.
Okay.
Do Miles Sanders.
All right, from one handcuff to the other.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Miles Sanders.
So Jaden Blue, but so basically this is Javonte Williams is now part of that roulette accident.
Javonte Williams is getting cut. He's a surprising training camp cut. Is what Javonte Williams is here.
Yes. Okay. We now have 6 running backs, 7 wide receivers too. See, I think we pulled the trigger on the early tight ends, the early quarterbacks, but now we've chilled out. We said we're good, and now we're adding some quantity at the other positions.
What's the final receiver? Let's start planning ahead. Very good thing to do in baseball, of course.
Look,
is
do
it
you
Wicks
have
season? Is it finally
who?
Wicks
Oh,
season?
Wicks. Well,
Wicks season.
You told me that you didn't like the even better Green Bay wide receiver, so that would be quite the heel turn to like Dontavian Wicks.
But it might work for us.
We could let's see. Let's scroll through. There are a couple rookie options paired with our quarterbacks. There is one Mr. Isaac. We're not allowed to say his last name because it ruined X. And there is Jalen No Kings Royals here as well to get political.
Oh my God.
I'm just gonna put him in the queue.
Doesn't Tesla have like the worst draft profile ever? Like,
yes.
Wasn't he one of the worst prospects of all time of players to get drafted?
He was not great, but they spent like the equivalent of a 2nd-round pick to trade up to get him. So there's that.
It's Tesla season. Then we're bringing Tesla back. Tesla more beautiful, bigger, beautiful than ever on this team.
A big, beautiful Tesla.
More and more people are saying Tesla again.
Do you like saying Tesla, or do you like differentiating it by saying Tesla?
No, I never said that. I will never say that either.
I kind of like it. Pretend like it's coleslaw. Like every time you say it, it's kind of fun.
Have we gotten any explanation whatsoever for why the S is capitalized in this young man's last name?
It feels like a power move.
Has there been like 2 or 3 athletic articles on that yet? Like, why is the S capitalized in Isaac Tesla's name?
Maybe it was SEO. They're like, we're having too many people getting electrical vehicles.
That's actually a pretty good guess. Like this guy's never showing up on Google unless we capitalize the S.
Yeah, it was actually Tesla for most of his life, and then when they saw what Elon was up to, they said, let's head down to the courthouse and get this changed.
Why should I change my name? He's the one who sucks. The old Office Space joke, very non-dated reference at all.
I don't want to push you into. I mean, we've been plenty okay drafting 0 so far, so I don't think that should be the reason not to draft these guys. But if there are any other players you would like, we could also do a 7th running back if you just want to go full Brashard Smith. Chiefs there as well.
Man, the 7th running back is almost more appealing than the 8th receiver here. But oh man, Jalen Tolbert's calling our name. Talk about a guy, who's even harder not going to score 7 touchdowns again than Jalen McMillan is Jalen Tolbert. We could corner the market on the 2 most unrepeatable 7 touchdown seasons in the history of the league. If you want to get a niche,
I gotta draw the line somewhere, and I'm drawing it with an unstacked Jalen Tolbert. Do you want Tesla or Jalen Royals?
We want Tesla.
Okay,
you got to believe in real life draft capital sometimes.
Thank you. Let's just.
It's the first time in like 3 or 4 drafts with you've ever drawn the line. By the way, I finally found your line.
What did Lions trade to draft Isaac Tesla? I need to remember here. They traded, let's get pumped up about this pick. They traded their 2025 third-round pick and 2 2026 third-round picks to the Jags to draft one of the worst wide receivers of all time. That has to mean something, Pat.
It does. That means something. That means something to me, as they say, as the meme says. Means a lot to me. And it sounds like a steal. And was that the 18th round? Was that the 20th round? I can't remember. 18th, right?
It's the 18. Yep. Luckily, Underdog takes the horse out back and puts it out of its misery before
before you can get to 20. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Especially for someone like me on the stream. Like this guy doesn't have 2 more picks. You got to end the draft right now.
Chris says this draft is going to win Bbmvi. It just has to get through the Senate, which notoriously has a very tough pod gauntlet there as well.
Listen, the Senate will approve anything at this point. It's getting this team is sailing through the Senate. And
a big, beautiful team full of zeros. Let me recap it here for you. Always a blast drafting with RotoPat. I said we were going to draft a vibes-based team. I don't even know what. I think we drafted an anti-vibes-based team.
How would you describe the vibes for this team? I would like to know.
I think it was nihilistic vibes.
Yeah, a bit nihilistic for sure. What is nihilistic? Does that encompass like nothing matters, or is nihilistic? Is there a less like violent version of nihilism?
Existential?
Yeah, maybe existential.
Yeah,
truly, nothing matters, but we're not saying that in like a negative, violent way. Just nothing.
We're not saying like Jaden Blue doesn't matter because we're all going to die someday.
Yeah,
it's more just like it's not that big of a deal.
It doesn't matter because nothing matters, so it's fine.
That's right. All right, I'm labeling this. We're gonna, man. I don't know if I like PD as your. Has anyone in your life ever abbreviated your name to PD? I don't know if I like. Should I do RP for RotoPat?
Yeah, do that. Well, you remember that though?
That's the thing. Here's the thing. This team is not going to do well enough for me to need to remember.
Well, okay, listen. Let's just game it out. What would happen if this team were to take down the BBM? Would I get a cut? Would I get a?
First of all, you absolutely would get a cut. You did not read the fine print. Anyone who drafts with me automatically gets 50% cut, because you want to know why? Some people are always like, "What? You give up 50%?" There's no way I would have ever drafted this team without RotoPat in a million years.
That is true.
So that is absolutely true. Deserve the credit. Pat, it would be incredible for both of our brands. It'd be incredible for our wallets. We would go on a media tour like none other, where we would sing how genius we were about every single pick we made. And then people would be like, well, we actually watched back the live stream and you hated every single selection.
Yeah, like we're on Good Morning America. We think it's going to be a softball interview with Michael Strahan. But, let's roll the clip. Let's roll the tape real quick. Like you went 0 of 18 on positivity by even Justin Jefferson. All you did was immediately start complaining about his quarterback. You didn't say one positive thing about drafting the best skill player in the NFL.
There's like Hoda asking you if it is okay to actually say bitch sheet in 2025.
And I'm visibly nervous. I'm sweating. I mutter to you and like, dude, your mic is still on. They can hear you muttering. And
yeah, I can picture it now. Here's the team that will put us on the couches of Good Morning America and the like here in about 7 months. Patrick Mahomes and Jared Goff, Kenneth Walker, DeAndre Swift, Ramondre Stevenson, Jaden Blue, Dylan Sampson, Miles Sanders.
I've seen better running back. I've seen better backfields than that.
Justin Jefferson, Rashee Rice, Jamison Williams, Khalil Shakur, Jack Besh, Jalen McMillan, Alec Pierce, and Isaac Tesla. Tight ends, Trey McBride and Travis Kelce. This is a team.
It's a team. Yep. I thought you were definitely a team. Would you say the most important player on the team is Rashee Rice? I would say the most important player on this team is Rashee Rice.
Yeah, and I could tell you didn't even want to make that pick. You're just like, let me respect ADP and see if people.
I did. I was trying to be an ADP respecter. I was trying to blend in. I was trying to do as they do, say as they say, and just be an ADP. Yeah, sure. ADP is good to me.
A big, beautiful best ball breakfast. They say the players in the draft get progressively worse. So do the teams I draft. As JRMY says, Pete was cooking in that first draft.
Wasn't that like 4 hours ago?
4 hours ago. I don't even know what it's like to draft a good team anymore. It's been that long.
Even Leone didn't draft a good team?
Dude, no. We got boxed out. You want to see our tight end room? You want to see a big, beautiful tight end room?
I do.
Kyle Pitts, Bretton Strange, Dalton Schultz, and Oronde Gadsden. It's been a rough morning.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. Although it's many are saying a Strange season. Strange might be the one to take. Strange is going to be the one to get you on the couch with Michael Strange. What I think.
I'm going to be on a couch. For what reason and for what team, I do not know. But
That's true. It could be entirely. We're not with a young man named Peter Overzet. You may have heard of fantasy football or best ball, a version of the game. No one has ever lost more money than this young man, Peter Overzet. Pete, we're here. Tell us about it. We'll give you a little pick me up. We're here. You need a pick me up after the season.
Yes. Just to recap the progression, I did draft like a pretty banger squad in my first one. Then my power went out, and Pat and I auto drafted Jonnu Smith right as his value plummeted about 50 picks from here. Then Leone and I drafted the grossest 4 tight end room of team of all time. And then with RotoPat, we drafted a 18 players, and RotoPat hates every single one of them.
I liked Jack Besh. Come on. We went 1 of 18. I did like the Jack
Yes,
Besh.
the one pick you liked was the one I hate.
Reviewers immediately pointed out could lead the league in healthy scratches. Jack Besh.
RotoPat, let people know what should they check out. Good Football Show, RotoWorld blurbs. You got any articles in the hopper?
The RotoWorld Football Show, the blurbs, of course. Though it's the one slow season for blurbs, we will say getting pumping on our draft guide. The GM's article is still live and still out there. That's a good evergreen summer read. And our team preview series. I have so far previewed the Ravens and the Cowboys. I have a third coming this week. The team escapes me. But all 32 teams, 1,500, 2,000 words, a nice little crisp read, all the fantasy implications. Check it out, our team preview series.
Beautiful. Awesome best ball breakfast. Thank you to everyone hanging out in the chat. We're here every Monday at 10 a.m. Make sure you guys are subscribed on the way out. And this is going to redirect you over to our friend Davis Maddox stream if you guys want more best ball content. Deuces for Leone, for Kerrane, for RotoPat, for producer Mark. I'm Pete. We'll see you guys next time.